let's get over to the phones right now. And we will start your calls about anything you want in rock music. Jason in Chicago is our first caller today. Welcome, Jason. What's happening?
I'm doing great. Hey, thanks so much for having me on the air. Eddie, you're a legend, so this is an honor to talk to you.
Oh, very kind of you. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that. What's going on, man?
Man, I have a million things. I originally had called about Jack White and the halftime thing.
Did you see it?
I thought it was incredible. I mean, to have a Detroit person play and then have Eminem come up, it kind of it changes the game where you get multiple audiences. So that was one thing I wanted to bring up. Like, you didn't find that like a great performance, or?
No, maybe it's just because I'm not that into Jack White. But I said I think I thought it was a great performance because it was real and it was rock and it was live, and that's unfortunately what is tragically missing for the most part from most award shows and halftime performances. So I thought it was great in that regard. I think where it fell short for me is I'm not a huge, I'm not like, it's not one of my favorite acts. I don't dislike him, but it just, I thought but I was just super happy that it happened and thought he did a great job doing what he did and showing that can be done. You can have guitar-based, real live rock music at a halftime show and make it work.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yes.
And that's why, you kind of threw me off for a second, like you liked it, but you didn't like it. But no, I think he's one of the few acts left. Like, there is no more rock acts left that had that kind of power or anything to even get on a stage like that.
Well, Jason, with all respect, I would counter that. I would dispute that hugely.
What would you counter that with?
I'm not talking about bands that would be able to do it in terms of notoriety, but bands that could hold their own and do it live like that. My God, a band like Rival Sons would annihilate out there. They would be unbelievable.
I love Rival Sons. I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, if you wanted something more poppy, a band like the Struts would be unbelievable out there. But those bands are not household names enough, whereas Jack White just went into the Hall of Fame. He's got the Michigan connection. So there are artists that could do it and would do it totally live, but there are, not many on the table that I think the NFL would go for, because there's got to be some cachet about them.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, I totally agree with that. Yeah, for sure. The other thing I was going to mention is Jason Becker is probably the most underrated guitarist of all time. No doubt about it. How he's not a household name blows my mind. It really blows my mind.
Well, I think one of the reasons for that, unfortunately, Jason, and thank you for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. Stay warm there in Chicago. I heard they got zonked with some snow. We're supposed to get it in Jersey tomorrow. But I think, unfortunately, for Jason Becker, one of the reasons why he is not outside of the guitar community a well-known name is sadly, tragically, what happened to him. Think about what Jason Becker was about to do when he was struck with this horrific disease, ALS. He was about to be unveiled as David Lee Roth's new guitar player. I don't know how many people know that story, but he was about to be really unveiled. Now, he had made the records with Marty Friedman. He had done Cacophony, and he was known in the guitar community, certainly from those records. But Marty Friedman went to Megadeth. Jason went to David Lee Roth. Jason records the Little Ain't Enough record when he starts feeling the effects of what was ALS, couldn't do the tour, was replaced on the tour by Joe Holmes, another insanely underrated guitar player who should be known throughout the world. And sadly, Jason Becker's condition worsens and worsens to the point that he obviously cannot perform and play anymore. So you don't know what would have happened if he would have not been struck with this awful disease, if he would have been seen on stages around the world next to David Lee Roth. Story could have been very different. Now, I think that's a big part of it. But look, when you talk about underrated guitar players and people that it blows your mind are not household names in the guitar world, it all just comes down to popularity. It all just comes down to what you know. It all just comes down to how popular these people have found a way to make themselves, having hits, being in a big band, whatever. There are so many unbelievable musicians at every level, guitar, bass, drums, whatever, that the mainstream has no clue about and are never in these top 10 polls or top 100 polls, are never in the conversations, but could play circles around the people who often are. But they're not popular. Over the weekend, a friend of mine who is a guitar player sent me a clip found on YouTube of Richie Kotzen playing on this last tour with John Five. It's mind-blowing. I've been talking about Richie for 20 years. The guy is single-handedly, across the board, one of the most mind-blowing talents at every instrument, vocally, not far from a household name. Not even close. You're never going to see him come up on any of these polls, these year-end things. Guy's insane. He's been at it for 35 years, 30 years. So it takes more than just being great. There's all these intangibles that come into play. I was talking to somebody about this the other day. Nuno Betancourt's been playing for 35 years professionally. There are people just now discovering Nuno Betancourt. You know how many people in the last year or two came up to me, you know this guy Nuno? I'm like, yeah, he's a friend of mine. Gosh, unbelievable. Where have you been for the last 35 years? Oh, I saw him on that Back to the Beginning thing. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, what? That's just it, though, man. There's these notches. No matter your ability may be mind-blowing from day one, but in the public space, you don't know what that thing or moment is going to be where the next tier kind of figures you out a little bit. And then all of a sudden you're like, wow, this guy's good. Where'd he come from? Oh, I don't know. He's only been playing for 40 years. Tom, Long Island, New York. What's up, Tom?
Hey, not much. How about you, Eddie? How's it going?
All good, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, I called about, I don't know if you heard, did you see anything about the Jeff Tate tour? With final Mind Crime tour?
Last week, we took 2 or 3 calls from people in different parts of the country who saw Jeff on this tour with their reports. It seems to be something I'm making a note right now to reach out to Jeff. We have not had Jeff on in a long time. I'm very overdue for that. I'm going to see if we can line him up, maybe even for Thursday. But no, I have not seen it personally. Tom, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I saw him in a little theater in Patchogue, New York, on the island, and fantastic. The crowd was incredible, and his warm up band was like Irish band, and the wife of the main guy in the Irish band she played the part of the backup singer and Sister Mary from that album.
Yeah, so he's saying that this is the last time he's playing Operation Mindcrime in its entirety, right?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, he said that a few times though and changed from it. So I don't believe farewell tours, and I don't believe when people say that, but we'll see. But the response and all the reaction has been pretty unanimously positive for Jeff out there right now with this band doing this show.
Right. Yeah, and I texted him because they had like it almost seemed like professional camera guys there. I was wondering if they were going to do a DVD or maybe a live album. I don't, of the last tour. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I've not. Like I said when people called in last week, and thank you, Tom, for the call. I have not talked to Jeff in a bit, and he was always on with me. He was on fairly often on my shows, at least once or twice a year. And I often would see him, and I was just realized just a little earlier today, we're December 11th, coming up in less than 2 weeks, is the 2-year anniversary of my 40th radio show. And I bring that up because for the 30th and the 25th, Jeff came to the parties, and he didn't perform. He was just there hanging out. He came in on his own dime, just hanging out. So, he and I, when he was in Queensryche, we did a ton of stuff together, meaning media stuff, interviews, press. I did broadcasts with them from the road. I did all kinds of stuff. That's when they were all together, though. Rockenfield was in the band, everybody. But I've had Jeff on since that all went down, and it's been a long time, though. I'm going to see if we can get him on. By the way, Joel reminded me the amphitheater that closed in L.A. was Irvine Meadows, which closed right after, I think the Hair Nation show was like the last show they did there. Because I remember when I was there hearing about it closing. And Joel also found information about this Coast to Coast New Year's Eve countdown. Performances from Cheap Trick, Styx, Kevin Cronin, Foreigner, 38 Special, among the rock performances. Wow, that's great. Marshall Tucker Band, UB40. That's great. But I don't think all those, what I read about it is they are not all in the same place. So I've not seen how it's breaking out. Like they're broadcasting, I think, from 4 cities, all in different time zones. So they'll do the ring into midnight in all 4 time zones, ending, of course, in Pacific. And I know the Pacific is definitely Vegas, and it's in front of Treasure Island on the Strip. And I've been told Styx is doing that one. I don't know who else. Be amazing if Cheap Trick was on that one as well, or Kevin for that matter, or Foreigner for that, or 38 Special for that matter. I don't know. See what happens. Here's our friend Roz in New York City. Hey, Roz. Roz, you there? I think Roz had us on hold. Just hearing hold music. Maybe she was at work or something. Don't want to get her in trouble. Try back, Roz. Here's Mario in Illinois. Hi, Mario.
Hey, Eddie. How you doing? I just want to say thanks for clearing up the inside of the Second Sighting album. I didn't know that was your feed on there. And then I saw, yeah, and then I saw something that was uploaded like 18 years ago on YouTube. It was Ace on Headbangers Ball, and you were on there too, actually doing it. So holy shit, Eddie's actually doing it.
When that record came out, when that record came out, and Ace put my 2 feet in the inside sleeve, everybody kept asking him in interviews why there's 2 feet going opposite directions on the inner sleeve. What's the idea of that? And he told the story of me and how I did it and how he saw it and took the photo. And then during that tour, every time he played and I'd go to the shows, people would recognize me because he had done that. He brought me out on Headbangers Ball to do it, and they'd all make me do it. And I did it so many times I thought I was going to rip my knee up. So it became a thing. It was definitely a thing for a couple years back then, for sure. It's a pretty funny memory.
Yeah, that kind of blew my mind. Like, oh yeah, I started thinking because I haven't looked at the inside of the album for a while. So like, oh yeah. So
I'd actually forgotten about it,
Eddie. Oh yeah, well, it's back in my memory now.
Yeah. Anything else, Mario?
No, I just want to say I actually met you like 4 times, and you've been through this part of the country. So I was hope to see you out here again.
Yeah, I didn't do the Reps thing this year. Did you ever come to when I was at Reps?
In Rolling Meadows, Illinois?
Yeah, Rolling Meadows, Schaumburg,
time.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I did that one time. But I met you on that metal tour with Don and Jim, too.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right,
yeah.
Mario, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I don't know if they did Reps thing this year or not, but I didn't hear anything about it, so maybe they did it. Didn't need me there, whatever. It's all good. I just remembered that because I was going out there once a year for that. And I've done a few fun things in Chicago. We did some stuff. Don and Jim did some stuff. I did some stuff with them. I did something in the House of Blues there. One of my books came out. I think it was before Mr. Big played. I did a signing. Always fun to come to Chicago. Great city. And relatively close flight-wise from at least New Jersey. But yeah, if you don't know, Mario's talking about the inside of the Second Ace album, Second Sighting. There are 2 feet in sneakers going opposite directions. Those are my feet. I was kind of double jointed in my knee. I could turn one foot around behind the other. Ace flipped out. Took photos of it. Next thing you know, it's inside the sleeve of the record at the time. And then he did a promo hit on MTV and he brought me out to do it on camera. Great, great memories. And that's another thing I got to start thinking about for the new year. If I'm going to make a run at trying to do a tribute show for Ace. I've also been approached about potentially writing a book about my experiences and friendship with him. So I'm not sure about either thing yet, but stuff that's being, talked about for 26. Just comes down to time and opportunity and making sure it's done right and respectfully. Steve in Tampa. Hey, buddy, how are you?
I'm good. I always get quick to my call, and I don't say I'm good, and hopefully you're well and you had a good holiday. So did you ever see my email regarding the subject? Probably not.
Well, I'll tell you what. I've had a little problem with the fan, email, which I got to look into. Actually, just reminded me before the holiday. I had a problem with this sounds really stupid, but the screen for the program I use, the screen shrunk. I can't. The emails are microscopic. They're really hard to read. It's a whole. I had my daughter's boyfriend was here last night, and I had him working on my computer trying to fix some things because I'm horrible with this. But anyway, I didn't get a chance to look, Steve, but I will.
Okay, real quick. You might remember what I do. Thankfully, I've been for over 20 years in sports broadcasting, so this is not totally erroneous, but you can check your sources. A buddy texted me. He was working. The 2 guys I knew were working, actually 3, the Detroit game. And he said, hey, Jack White's doing a rehearsal right now. And apparently the word is he wouldn't do it unless they're going to do it live. And then he spoke to the audio guy. Basically, the word is, and you could talk to your guys, that Jack White wouldn't do it unless it was live. And then out of the blue, he texted me on Wednesday, and he said, by the way, so-and-so says that the word is, among the networks or whatever, that Metallica was offered the Super Bowl, but they said no because they would have had to play to, pre-recorded music. And you could talk to your boys. But I thought that was fairly interesting. And, nothing's convenient. And by the way, 231. The views of the callers are not necessarily views of Eddie Trunk or Sirius or the producers. I'll say that.
That is very true, Steve. Thank you. Yes, appreciate it, Steve. That disclaimer is always important. I don't know about Metallica in the Super Bowl. I mean, I got to think. Okay, first of all, I don't think Metallica would have to do it pre-recorded. I don't think the network would insist on it being pre-recorded. I personally don't think they were ever offered. But the next time I talk to one of the guys in the band, I will certainly ask the question. You got to remember this. People do pass on doing the Super Bowl halftime. Because it's sometimes thought of as being more trouble than it's worth. And again, you do not paid. You get a shit ton of promotion, which is the trade-off. But if you don't really feel you need that promotion, and Metallica probably doesn't, I mean, everybody likes the promotion, but, you know, if you're a band already doing stadiums, I mean, you know, you're reaching a different audience, you're reaching a wider audience, I get all that, but there are bands that don't want to do it. It's just too much to deal with. And then, you know, if you got to do it canned and it's can't do it live or not going to come off right, it's not worth it. If you're already a huge named act, it's not a financial thing. You're already doing a ton of people and doing huge business. I mean, there have been people that have passed on it. I don't know if Metallica is one of those people. I'd be shocked if they were. I doubt they were asked. Let's say hi to Justin. He's calling from Dallas today. Hey, Justin, you're on the air.
Hey, Eddie. Thanks for taking my call. So a couple things. First, that amphitheater that you hosted the Hair Nation Festival way back when, that was the Irvine Meadows Amphitheater, or the Verizon Wireless Amphitheater in Orange County. Is that correct?
I just mentioned it a second ago because Joel pulled it up for me. I forgot. I just mentioned it. Yeah, you're right. It was Irvine Meadows, which I believe you're correct. Just before it closed was Verizon or had some corporate name.
Yeah, it was. I used to live out there, and I used to go to shows all the time there. I was sad when it closed, but they actually did open a new amphitheater, like just north of where the old site is. It's kind of in a weird spot, like on the outskirts of Irvine. I think it's called the 5 Point Amphitheater, but I've been to shows out there too. I think I saw like Zach Brown and 311 and a couple. It's all right. It doesn't have the same old feel that Verizon does. Anyway, that's point number one. Point number two, I actually have a question. I heard you talk about your phone call with Little Steven a few weeks ago. Did you two happen to get into the Little Steven's Underground Garage Cruise by any chance that he's hosting a few months from now?
No, Steven I got to hit Steven up too, because he said he'd come on the air with us, but he hit me up because he just asked me to keep my eyes and ears open for rock bands that I thought were good that were unsigned, because he already has a record label. He's thinking about doing another one for hard rock, and he wanted me to pick my brain about it a little bit. So we didn't talk about any of the other stuff he's got going on. I think on that, does he? I think he has Rival Sons on that cruise, doesn't he?
Correct. Yeah, that's why I asked you, because when I looked at the lineup, I'm like, why isn't Eddie Trunk, one of the hosts on this cruise? He's got Rival Sons, he's got Michael Monroe, he's got Tuck Smith and the Reckless Hearts, and a couple other bands that that you and I and the Trunk Nation crowd dig. So yeah, I just thought, man, you should be on that cruise. I'm going to be on it. And I'm looking forward to it.
I'm assuming Steven himself goes on it, right?
This will only be his second one. I went on his first cruise with my mom earlier this year. He actually wasn't on this cruise because he was touring with Springsteen at the time. But he may be on it next year. Who knows? Hopefully he will be.
Yeah. No, he wanted to come on I also wanted to have Steven on. And thank you, Justin. I wasn't I wasn't entirely sure of all the acts that he had on there, but I did remember hearing something about Rival Sons. But Steven had, I've been meaning to have him on too because of his documentary. So if you guys didn't see it, there was like a 3-hour documentary on Steven Van Zandt and his music career on HBO. Probably still up on their app. You can watch it. It was really good. And I mean, if you don't, if you just know Steven from the guy in Springsteen's band, you don't really know the whole story there. And I remember we were supposed to have him on for that. And then he was, just when he came out, he was going to Europe with Springsteen. So it never worked out. But I'm adding him to my list of people to text too when I get a chance. Hold on. SVZ. Because we talked, so he called me a few weeks ago and asked me about some rock bands, but it wasn't for his cruise. It was for a potential label he's going to do. And then I said, you should come on the air. We should, I haven't had you on in a long time. And I've known him for a very long time. And he said, yeah, I'd like to do that. So I'm going to hit him with a text too. Maybe we can slot in some of these people, just have some general fun conversation with them. It's always great, especially when things are winding down for the year and nobody has some heavy promo agenda or anything like that. So I'll get a little hit list together, see how many of these people we can wrangle before the end of the year. Although some people do check out and don't want to do anything around this time of year either. But we'll see. See what we can grab. Here's our friend in Mexico City, Kraus, all the regulars checking in. What's going on, Kraus?
Right. Hi, Eddie. Hi, Joel. Hope everybody had a good turkey weekend. Just quick note, Branson Amphitheater turned into the Irvine Meadows Amphitheater and then closed for a few years, and now it's remodeled and rebranded as the Pacific Amphitheater, and it's still there in the same place in Costa Mesa in Orange County. ZZ Top played there a few months ago, actually.
So I was told, they were,
yes.
Hold on, wait. I was told they were, when I was there, I was told they were putting condos there. They didn't close it and just move to another place? It's actually never closed?
They just rebranded it. No, it rebranded it. It got remodeled, and now it's the Pacific Amphitheater. But it's still in the same place as the Verizon Amphitheater. The 5 Points Amphitheater that the previous caller was calling is in the same freeway a little bit down the road, and it's smaller.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, I don't get out that way all that often. I didn't know.
The condos are going up on the old Sunset Place at House of Blues.
Yeah, that I know, but that sat empty for a long time. I go by that all the time. That was a bummer. I love that House of Blues.
Right. Still. Anyways, real quick, I have gone to a lot of shows in the last 3 weeks here in Mexico City. And for reference, every show that I will mention has happened or will happen at the Estadio GNP that holds 70,000 people. And it's been, for the second year in a row, Polestar Magazine most profitable building in the world for live music touring. So when you were at the Sands, GNR closed, Guns N' Roses closed their 2025 tour here with a sold-out crowd. And when I saw Axl back in the beginning, he was really struggling with the vocals. Not this time around, man. He is in top notch. I haven't seen him in many years singing like that. The band looked fit, happy, tight, well-oiled machine. Isaac Carpenter is a beast behind the drum. The show was 3.5 hours, and there was a tribute to Ozzy when they sang the Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, and the screens went to Ozzy. The crowd went nuts. Funny enough, they will start their 2026 tour here in Mexico as well, because they're headlining the Tecate Pal Norte Festival in Monterrey, and that's with Tom Morello and Lenny Kravitz among the bill. In the same place the following week, the Foo Fighters, Queens of Stone Age, Vampire Weekend, Linkin Park, Deftones, Jelly Roll, Garbage, and the Struts play the Corona Capital Festival, 120,000 people in the sold-out crowd. I went to the Struts dressing room to give a Trump Nation shout-out to them. It was funny.
Nice.
Saturday, I went to see, and I told Luke about it. Saturday, I went to see the Gringo Papi tour that went ahead despite the Sam Rivers death and Youngblood canceling the rest of the 2025 dates. Emotional show for the Limp Bizkit guys. It was the first show with Sam. Really good show, long show. It was dedicated to him, and all the crowd was into it, even though it was Mexico City. Bullet for a Valentine take the spots for Youngblood. Last night I went to see Billy Idol in a smaller stadium, 30,000 people, sold out. It wasn't Joan Jett in the build. It was a Mexican uneventful band opening. The really good surprise was in the middle of the show, our friend Danny from The Warning jumped on stage, wished Billy a happy birthday because it was coincidentally his birthday last night, with a full mariachi band. And then she stayed on the stage and sang Dancing with Myself with the band, you know. I hope everybody catch The Warning at the Cardinals halftime show.
Yeah, which show did they play? I heard something about that.
They played the Cardinals Stadium show for the Cardinals game, and they played 3 songs. But last night it was only Danny. It wasn't the other 2 sisters with the mariachi band, and she did great. Wishing Billy Idol a happy birthday. Next week on Saturday, sorry.
Say that again.
Next week, I'm super excited to see what I guess is our mutual friend, Tony Chulia, Marilyn Manson manager, as Manson and Shinedown take that stage here next week. Really quick, as I predicted, AC/DC tour, I predicted it in the show 1 week before it was announced. The Mexican sold for 70,000 people, sold out in 45 minutes. The second show was open, sold out in a day, and the third date is 98% sold out. The fourth date, it's in the works. There's a hold for the date. I'm uber excited to see Taylor Momsen and the Pretty Reckless opening the show because I've never seen them, and I love them. And I'm excited for her to play her first show in Mexico City in front of 220,000 people, you know, which was going to be insane for Taylor, I think. As I predicted it, Rush opened their, right?
Yeah, no, it is. Kraus, I got to run. I'm up again. I got to run. Thank you, buddy. I hate to hang up on you, but we went for a long time there, and I got to hit a break. Kraus has become our Mexican correspondent. He's got a whole thing going on there, man. But he knows some of these acts, as you could see. He's involved in concerts there, and it also gives you a perspective of how huge rock music is in Mexico. You heard those numbers that he's rattling off of these acts. It's crazy. By the way, he just mentioned Taylor Momsen. That's another one I'm adding to my hit list because she has a Christmas record coming out, and we should have her back on to talk about that. And they are continuing to play shows with AC/DC next year. So you guys are giving me some good people to hit up to see about having on in the next couple weeks as we work our way through December. All right, I do have to get another quick break here before we run out, so let me take care of that right now. When we come back, we'll have a good 20 minutes. We'll continue with your calls. A lot of people with a lot of catching up they want to do coming off of the holiday weekend. It's all good. More coming up right after this.
More hard rock and metal talk.
Oh, man. This is Metal
Trunk Nation.
You didn't know before, you will now.
With host Eddie Trunk.
I'm raging against the machine.
Sirius XM's Faction Talk.
They're going to love it.
Okay, we are back. About 20 minutes left here before we call it for show number 1 on Monday. And, of course, show number 2, the Monday-only show on Hair Nation, comes your way at the top of the hour. Jamie St. James of Black and Blue checking in live during that show around 6 o'clock Eastern Time. And then, of course, live tomorrow and throughout the week with you, starting at 3 Eastern here on The Daily Show on Faction Talk. And again, tomorrow, I'm going to run dig in on this list on the, according to Billboard, 50 greatest rock bands of all time. I'm laughing because you're not going to believe what's on there and what isn't. And then on Wednesday, I want you to call in your top 10, run them down for me, what you feel are the greatest rock bands of all time. And again, as I mentioned earlier, in case you weren't listening earlier, and again, you can always rewind or listen on the app. There's a very, very big difference between what you feel are the greatest and what you are your personal favorite. I want you to go for what you feel are the greatest. Now, again, there may be some that would be on both lists, and that's fine. But I think you look at it two very different ways. When I think of this list and think of like the greatest, I think of the most impactful, the ones that made the biggest mark, whether they're personal favorites of mine or not. So I want you guys to think in that terms, if you will. And if they also would be among your personal favorites, that's fine too. So try to put a little objectivity into it and see what you come up with on, we'll hear from you on those on Wednesday. Also tomorrow, I will have a interview with Derek Schulman. Derek is a legendary figure in the music industry, signed Bon Jovi, Cinderella, Pantera, Dream Theater. He also himself was a musician early in his life. He has an autobiography coming out tomorrow. We'll talk to him for a little bit in tomorrow's show as well. Let's get back over to the telephones. Roz is back with us, and maybe we will not be on hold anymore. Roz, you're on the air.
Hi, what's up? Sorry about that. I was kind of...
That's all right. All good.
One quick question before I get to my topic about the auction. There's not one in New York that you're going to do?
No. At the moment, no. It's either going to be in Vegas or LA, just because the New York studio is too involved for me to get to right now.
Oh, okay. No problem. All right. I just wanted to talk about Bad Company. Have you seen the Hall of Fame, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame show yet?
I have not. Is it still on the app?
Yeah, it should be, and hopefully it won't get cut off by now, but by January they're going to cut it and put the whatever they put on Channel 7 next month.
The edit one, right. Right.
Yeah,
no,
so
I have not watched it yet. I
gets
have to. Yeah, I should watch it. I've kind of forgot about it. I should have watched it over the weekend, actually.
Yeah, well, do you remember when John Fogerty and CCR got in? And John Fogerty refused to play with CCR, and he was like, they all went and they all got their awards and they were all talking and it was fine, but John Fogerty didn't want to play, and Robbie Robinson went over to him and said, if you don't play, everyone's going to think that Proud Mary is a Tina Turner song. And he lost his shit. And he played, but he refused to play with them. So he played with the house band and they played. And it was hilarious because that scenario is what I thought that Paul Rogers did by not showing up at the Hall of Fame. Because even though they played with other people, no one knows who's in Bad Company anymore, or even figuring out whoever is, not dumb enough to see their history. But I just thought that was funny that he didn't show up because I think people are going to remember Brian May. I'm personally going to remember Paul Rogers as the singer of Queen and The Firm because he didn't show up. So it was just not a total disaster because Brian Adams is absolutely tremendous. He did a fantastic job, and he's just great no matter what. But it was a great show.
So Brian Adams sang Bad Company. Who else who else performed for Paul Rogers in the vocal spot? Brian Adams and who else?
Wow, I can't remember. It was I don't remember. It was him and Nancy Wilson played, and the Black Crowes guy.
Oh, Chris Robinson.
Yeah, that dude. Yeah, and and they played, and Nancy Wilson played guitar, which was really cool, actually. But like I said, Simon was just there, and the whole thing of them not mentioning Brian Howe was just sickening because I thought at one point, one of his interviews, Simon said that he would, since Brian had passed, that he would that levels the playing field and he could forget all the whatever bad feelings he had, but he has not done anything since that day but shit on him. And it's ridiculous. He did this interview recently with Billy Corgan and just completely shit on him. And it's ridiculous.
Is that right?
Yeah, oh absolutely. It was just
so it came up in that interview and he said negative things?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's been ridiculous and so what like I said, when he died, when Brian Howe died, everyone remembered him as the singer of Bad Company. So that's what's, that they just made the history, and people will see it, and people will, even though they didn't mention a word about Brian Howe, that people will remember Brian Howe because they had the big hits as well, and he was the much better singer.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think, I get what you're saying, Roz, and there's a couple things I could add on that, and thanks, Roz, for calling as usual. Couple things. First of all, to me, Paul Rogers not being there, Simon Kirk being the only one there, the other performers during the Bad Company segment, Chris Robinson, Brian Adams, Joe Perry, Nancy Wilson. But that, just going to say it. I say it all the time. That falls and lands squarely on the shoulders of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You reap what you sow. If you sit there and you snub and ignore a worthy rock artist for 25, 30 years of eligibility, well, guess what? When you finally put him in 20 years too late, sorry that you're stuck with only the drummer. Not to diminish Simon Kirk, but you know what I'm saying. That's what you get. Your fault, nobody else's. If you didn't ignore their existence for the last 20 years, and you would have done this at a respectable amount of time after their eligibility, you may have actually had the members of the band there. And how many times have we seen it? With how many acts? Disgraceful. But that lands firmly on the Hall of Fame, which is why I get so upset when acts like the Foo Fighters, the White Stripes, Sheryl Crow goes in before Peter Frampton. That's why I lose my mind at that stuff. The clock is ticking. How many more examples do you need to see this? Those people can wait. I'm not saying they're not eligible or worthy at some point. It's on the Hall of Fame. That's why I almost kind of like when some of these guys, like, Paul Rogers didn't show up. Now, he didn't do it to make that kind of statement, but you know what? Tough. Mick Jones, not there for Foreigner. The architect of Foreigner had to sit home and watch in his pajamas. Not well enough to be there. Who's that on? Foreigner was eligible forever. It's endless. And, you still got Styx sitting there with Dennis DeYoung, however old Dennis is. And, of course, JY and Tommy. You still got Tom Schultz sitting out there somewhere who created a whole thing with Boston. Two of the biggest selling back-to-back records ever. It's not even in the conversation. And I hate to say it, and I hope I'm wrong, but they're going to, just like Bad Company, they're going to wake up one year and be like, oh, we should probably put them on the ballot. And then they're going to go in and get inducted and get past the voters like Bad Company did the first time they were offered to them. And you're going to, tragically, you could have a situation where you're putting Boston in and Tom Schultz isn't with us anymore. Or you're putting Styx in and Dennis DeYoung isn't with us anymore. He's 78 years old. Tom Schultz, 78 years old. You already waited too long on Meatloaf. How many more examples do you need? It's on them. So I have zero sympathy. It sucks for us, the fans. It sucks for the artists that they're either incapacitated or dead, that they can't be there. But as an end product, it lands right squarely on the Hall of Fame's lap for ignoring these acts for as long as they do. For that, I have no sympathy. You get what you deserve. Sorry, I'm just being straight. It's ridiculous. By the way, Joel, make a note on this too. we are due to do our revised snubs show, right? Since the induction?
Yeah, we're due for that for sure. Yep.
Yeah, we got to do a new snubs every year. We do our own Hall of Fame snubs because thankfully Bad Company can come off.
We did a snub list after they announced who was nominated, but not after the inductions.
So we do another snub. We got to do another snub. You guys call in your top 5 snubs. Thankfully, it can get revised every year because there is people that finally go in, like Bad Company this year, what have you. But yeah, it's on them. As far as the Brian Howe situation is concerned, I brought this up a few times. To me, there are problems with the Hall of Fame. The big problem is, who gets snubbed and the condition the band is in when they finally do get in. And to me, the importance of seniority. But the other part of it is the incredibly erratic nature of who is or isn't included when a band finally does go in. And yes, the Brian Howe thing, clearly, sadly, Brian Howe's dead. But there's clearly some rub there. And I don't know, because did not know Brian Howe personally. By the way, Brian Howe sang on a great Ted Nugent record, by the way. A song called Tied Up in Love was really good. But there's clearly some rub there. And, I often interpreted that as like, because Paul Rodgers came back, and make no mistake, Paul Rodgers is the quintessential voice. Nobody is going to argue that. But because they pulled him back in, it's almost like the other guys that worked, Simon Kirk and the others who worked in Bad Company with Brian Howe at that time, want to pretend like that didn't happen. Because, you don't want to ruffle the cart, or you don't want to potentially upset the OG guy, the original guy in Paul Rodgers who's back. But you can't rewrite history. Black Sabbath, Sharon Osbourne cannot pretend Ronnie James Dio did not sing in Sabbath. Especially, you can pull it off if that version had no success. But Sabbath was successful with Ronnie. Bad Company, whether you like it or not, was successful with Brian Howe. It wasn't a blip on the radar. Kiss was, not to the same degree, but relatively speaking, successful with Bruce Kulick and Eric Carr and Eric Singer and Vinnie Vincent. And Tommy Thayer and Eric Singer. So, where's the line with that when Kiss went in? Yes, the quintessential version of Kiss is the original 4. But how many other bands did they put in beyond that? What is the randomness of it? You guys can talk about Brian Howe all you want, and I'm in agreement with you that he should have been at least recognized and included. How do you make 4 studio records and not include a guy? But I think it's even more egregious Sabbath without Dio. When Sabbath went in, how do you frame that? But then when you put Iron Maiden on the ballot, you included Dennis Stratton, played on half of one record. What? But you got these 2 cases where you got guys that fronted the band for multiple records, like what? Make sense of that for me. You can't. I don't care about the politics. I don't care. You got, especially because the guy's deceased. Times it's just mind-bogglingly frustrating. It makes no sense. It's got to be uniform. It's got to make sense. And it makes anything but, because of all these different examples, make it just all over the map. And at the end of the day, it just hurts the credibility and people caring about it like they should. And that's why you also probably have some of these guys checking out, like a Paul Rogers, like, I'm not going to, it's not going to matter from there or not. Nobody even knows what the hell's going on. It's just crazy. All right. Thank you for getting me riled up today a few times, you guys. Wait until you hear this list tomorrow. You ain't seen nothing yet. Wait until you hear what Billboard calls the 50 greatest rock bands of all time. That, Derek Schulman tomorrow. In minutes, 3 more hours on Hair Nation. But let's get over to the phones right now. Here is Liz in Delaware getting us started on Trunk Nation. Go ahead, Liz.
Hey, Eddie. Merry Christmas to you.
You too.
I just wanted to say I saw that you were talking about, best of 2025 for rock moments. And I just have to say, thinking of mine, between like Boardwalk Rock, the Struts, I got to go with the 10-year anniversary Struts tour. I mean, hands down. I went to the Philadelphia show and I thought it was amazing, with Dirty Honey kicking it off, and then the Struts just, reliving that Everybody Wants album. I mean, it was just such a great show. So if I had to pick a rock and roll highlight, that would be mine for 2025.
I'll tell you what, Liz, I do not disagree with you. I will tell everybody right now, actually. Well, and like I said, as people call in between today and tomorrow, and then again, when we start up again on the 5th, there's going to be things that jog my memory. And I'm glad you called in with that, Liz, because I agree 100%. That I saw that show in Vegas at a new casino called Durango. They did it outside. And it was great. Mm-hmm. Dirty Honey, great. And the Struts, great. And what I really loved, and I talked about this at the time, what I really loved about the Struts performance is I've always been on them to get a little more guitar-based, a little more rock, and they absolutely have live. And that's one of the things I really loved about seeing.
Yes, absolutely. It's just every year, and I got to tell you, I've been a fan for almost 10 years now, and just something about that show, though, Eddie, it was just it was special. There was just something about it that just was like, wow, out of all the shows, not saying I don't like my other shows, but just that show just had something like it's something that if you're a real Struts fan, it's something that you can treasure forever. So I definitely love the guitar, the bass. I just loved everything about it.
Yeah, I think also the fact that if you're a longtime fan, like it sounds like, well, long time as long as you can be for a band that's been around 10 years, but if you love the band and you got into them on the first record like I did and you did, it's great hearing that record again, because it is a great record. And the fact that they've gotten to where they've gotten and grown and more people are kind of on board with them is really good. Thank you, Liz. I got to get some more calls. Appreciate it.
Yep, Eddie. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye. Yeah, the thing for me why I loved that Struts show so much was because, like I just said, they walk the line of pop and rock. And I've kind of my own way, because I know those guys. Luke, I know the best, but I always kind of nudge them like, more guitars, Adam, the guitar player. I'm like, you got to be louder, man. More guitar, play a couple solos, play a little bit more. And when I saw that show, they absolutely did that. And I saw Adam Slack, their guitarist, and I brought it up to him. And he goes, absolutely, man, that's where we're headed. And it also works now because, Luke Spiller, the singer in the Struts, he has this other side of him where he likes doing like poppy stuff and and that's fine. But now, if you've noticed, he started putting out solo songs and solo records. So like I said to Adam, I go, this is great now. Let Luke use his solo thing to get that stuff out there. And you guys, rock it up more. And he's like, that's exactly the plan. So I'm super excited about that. And we'll see what those guys have in store going forward. It's crazy that the Struts are still not a household name. In my view, they are, in the last 10 years, by far one of the best live bands. Luke is probably the most rock star front. I don't mean it in a bad way, but I just mean it in, checks every box for what you want in a frontman singer. And they've certainly grown. But at this point, they should be, in my opinion, an arena act. But they definitely made a big headway in 25, I think, because they were headlining and pulling a lot of people, which is nice to see. Tim in Dallas, go ahead, Tim.
How's it going, Eddie?
Hey, man. I got COVID, but outside of that, I'm okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, man, I wish you a speedy recovery with that.
I'm getting there. Thank you.
I called. I tried to bring this up last week. I don't know if you heard about the Ross Halfin stuff that happened last week.
Yeah, I did. I read about it, Tim, and I didn't really get into it on the air because I don't know how much interest that is to the audience, but basically he lost a lawsuit where somebody had claimed that they bought a photo from him of Leonard Skinner that he claimed was his, and it turned out it wasn't, right?
Yeah, and the thing you mentioned before, people were taking your podcast and editing it and not giving credit. So I figured that was like a thing with Ross Halfin, with the photos. What did you think about that?
Well, I don't know much about how that world works. I do know that people who are professional photographers, understandably, are very protective of their work. So, I knew that when I did my 2 books, because they were all photos, everything had to be cleared. I had to get permission from everybody, every photo that I used in the 2 books. Now, most of my books were one guy, a guy I grew up with, my friend Ron Akiyama. He did almost all the photos. But in the second book, especially, there were other photographers that contributed, and you had to cross all the T's and dot all the I's to make sure you did it right. But I don't understand, why Ross, who is really one of the most acclaimed rock photographers, why he would misrepresent. This doesn't make any sense to me. That guy's archive and catalog is mind-blowing. So why the question to me is, why would you do that? Look, on the audio, like what I was talking about earlier, I don't know how that works. Technically, SiriusXM would control that audio, so it would be up to them to go after people that do that with my stuff. I don't have the time or care enough. I just care people credit me. But with something like a photo, that's a different thing. So I really don't know. And that would be the question to Ross is why did you do that when you've got such a huge archive yourself? It's not like a guy, it's not like a guy with no history, no photo archive, and no credentials. This guy's one of the most credentialed, accomplished photographers in history.
Exactly. And I've purchased photos and prints from Neo Slouser and Mark Weiss in the past. And I wonder, would they do something like that?
Well, ethically, it's funny. Mark just texted me a little while ago, so he's probably listening right now. So he's probably yelling at the radio saying, absolutely not, I wouldn't. But I know Neil Zlozauer too. Also another, between Ross, Neil, and Mark, you're talking about 3 of the most accomplished photographers in rock. And I would not think that anybody would do anything like that. Certainly not intentionally. See, that was the other thing. Here's something that does happen. Sometimes people erroneously think that a photo they took was theirs and it's not. So it's easy to make a mistake thinking it's your work, but I don't think but Ross, in the stuff I read about that story, Ross never played it off as a mistake, right? He never said, oh, it was a mistake. He just basically got caught, right?
He admitted it. Says that he admitted it and had to pay over $60,000.
Right, but you would think they would say, you'd say, well, yeah, but I made a mistake. But look, if you know Ross, he's a pretty headstrong guy. He's a pretty, I don't know the right word. He can be very abrasive to some people. I don't know. It's an odd story. What the most odd thing about it, and by the way, and just Tim, just so I know the story right, he lost. They went to court and he lost, right?
Yeah, he had to pay over $60,000 for that. He got served at Kirk Hammett's wedding, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, because Ross shoots Metallica. I last saw him at the Joe Perry show in Arizona. He always shoots Aerosmith. I mean, he shoots big name people and has total access with them. He's up on the stage. He's up on the drum riser. He's everywhere. I just don't understand.
No, I was just surprised.
Unless it was an accident. I don't understand why he would do it. All right, Tim?
All right. Yeah, I was just surprised, man. It's baffling.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. I mean, you got to be careful. You got to be careful what you buy, what's legit, what's not legit. But something like that, I agree totally that you would think it was, you have no reason. I mean, he's one of the most legit guys out there. You'd have no reason to not think it was his work. And I'm telling you, though, the one thing, and that's the odd thing about that story, is that he never said, oh, it was an honest mistake. Because that is an easy mistake to make. Like if you're somebody who's been photographing people 40, 50 years, and you've got this whole archive of photos, it's very possible that over time, some photos got into your folder that people sent you, or you forget. I mean, how are you supposed to remember? Oh, I took that in 1981. I mean, the way you remember is you stamp it. Most professional photographers have a stamp with their name or copyright on it. And you create an archive where you only put photos you took in it to prove it's your work. But there are times that can get confusing and that can get a little lost. Oh, I made a mistake. Sorry, remove the photo. I think it's my first book of my two. The back of it, there is a photo. The last page is a photo of Gene Simmons breathing fire. And there's credits over the fire. And that photo was taken by a friend of mine who I grew up with named Eric McConnell. And it's a great shot. And in my first book, all of the photos were credited and taken by another friend I grew up with who is a professional photographer, Ron Akiyama. But what happened was Ron and Eric are friends. Eric is not a professional photographer, but likes to take photos. And they've known each other as long as we've all known each other for 40 plus years. And what happened was when Ron did all the photos for my first book, because it was easy to do it that way, because he's been a friend forever and he's been following me around and had everything we needed for the first book. He was going through his archives and submits that photo of Gene. We're like, oh yeah, that's great. Put it on the back page, right? Okay, cool. And if the book comes out, all photos credited to Ron. Eric actually took that photo and went crazy because he's like, that's my photo. How are you saying why doesn't it say accept that? I go, well, how the hell do I know it took that photo? Now, Eric and Ron are friends. Eric just busts his balls constantly about it to this day. And if you got my second book, you notice I wrote something about that in the back credits. Because it became this ball-busting thing between us as friends. But I bring up that story because it shows you how easy it is for a mistake like that to happen. This is a little different. He was selling a print to somebody for money, claiming it was his photo, when in fact it wasn't, and lost a lawsuit. Pretty nuts. I just don't know what the point of that would be. Here is Jacob in Dallas. Go ahead, Jacob.
Yeah, Eddie, this has been a whole year of bad news all along, all types of deaths. You know, R.I.P. Ozzy, R.I.P. Hulk Hogan, and rest in peace Ace, and producer Ed, and just a whole bunch of bad news. But did catch all the hot tours this year, from AC/DC, Cantrell, everything. And I do have to say, the one that I'm talking about the most is the Bruce Dickinson tour. Came to House of Blues Dallas, blew me away. Anything that has to do with Bruce or Maiden live is going to knock your socks off and blow you away. So that's my pick of concert of the year, the Bruce Dickinson Mandrake Project.
Jacob, are you a big fan of Bruce Dickinson's solo and his solo work?
No, I'm like 30 years old. I'm a younger fan, but more into Maiden and Priest. But I knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, obviously, I listened to a lot of stuff afterwards and all of that, but no, not really. But it still blew me away. So, I mean, that tells you a lot.
The reason, yeah, exactly, because that's the reason why I ask you that is because Bruce did, as we know, did not, outside of one song, Flash of the Blade, did not do Iron Maiden songs on his solo tour at all. So for you going into that, you have to know, and not everybody knows his solo stuff nearly like they know Maiden. You have to know that stuff. And if you went in there not knowing that stuff and it still floored you, that's saying a lot.
Yeah, and that small venue, those House of Blues like that, I mean, it's like good night. But I do have Creed coming up. They're doing a casino show in Oklahoma on Saturday, so that'll be the end of the year. And next year we have a lot. Rush, Ted Nugent's doing a one-off here, and it's going to be a good year next year, Eddie. So stay positive, and we'll keep pushing.
Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate that. I think when you look at next year, as far as what's announced now, without a doubt, the biggest thing, certainly for my audience, with all attention and all eyes on it, will be Rush. I think by a mile. I think there's also going to be a lot of interest in Triumph and how that goes and if they add shows. But those are, your two big reunions, I think, in our world for next year. I think Rush by a mile. And then, Triumph behind that. And then, Twisted Sister to some degree, but Twisted, we had Dion talking about this, videos on YouTube and audios on the app. But Twisted, hardly anything in America. As I said, they're way bigger in Europe. And you see that from where they're booking these reunion shows. There will be U.S. stuff. I know that for a fact. More coming on that soon. But yeah, Bruce Dickinson, it's interesting too with Bruce because he's really out there now. Like in a way like he hasn't been in the past, meaning we started seeing him do signing shows. Of course, we had him in studio. That re-aired yesterday, by the way, when I was unable to be on the air because I was sick. So you heard that yesterday. And there's full video of that on my YouTube. But yeah, I mean, interesting to see with Maiden some of the things happening now. Adrian Smith obviously doing the sideband with Richie Kotzen. Bruce really with the new focus on his solo stuff. Steve Harris still doing British Lion. But the other huge tour in America for next year, without a doubt, is Iron Maiden, with Run for Your Lives finally coming to the U.S. after having toured around the world already. So to me, I think definitely I think Rush is definitely 1A. And then behind that, you've got the Maiden stuff with a great bill, by the way, with Megadeth and Anthrax on some of the shows. And then you've got the interest in the Triumph reunion. And I'm sure more to be announced. Real quickly, the previous caller mentioned the Struts. That was definitely a great show for me this year. The two that really jump out for me, Joe Perry Project in Phoenix. I traveled just to go to that show. Did not want to see them open for The Who. Wanted to see them in a smaller place where it was their headline show. So glad I did it. Unbelievable, raw, in-your-face rock show. Unbelievable band with Brad Whitford, Chris Robinson, Robert DeLeo. Just a massive highlight show for me. But much like Bruce Dickinson, where I just said you've got to really be into his solo stuff to get it, same with the Joe Perry Project show. You got to be really into deep Aerosmith or Joe Perry solo to have gotten that show. And I am. And the other one totally jumps out at me when I think of shows I saw in 25 is Lenny Kravitz, Park MGM in Vegas a few months ago. Absolutely insane performance, production, sound mix. Unbelievable. 1 minute Lenny's playing piano, 1 minute he's playing bass, 1 minute he's playing guitar, 1 minute he's dancing around the stage, 1 minute it's funk, 1 minute it's rock, 1 minute it's pop, 1 minute it's R&B. And it all just rocked. And the production was insane. Best sound I ever heard in that place. Band was unbelievable. So to me, Lenny and the Joe Perry shows are my two standouts. The two, holy shit live moments for me in 25. And of course, I'll never forget Lenny calling me out from the stage at that show so that somebody that works for him could come and give me passes so that he could talk to me after the show, which we ended up talking for a while. And I say that because it's just the most ridiculous moment. I told you guys that story. He had changed his phone number, so I wasn't able to reach him directly. I was at dinner a couple hours before the show with some friends that I was going to the show with. And I emailed his publicist to say, hey, Lenny must have changed his number. Just tell him I'm coming to the show tonight. I got tickets. I'm good. He calls me from his new number. He's like, I want to see you. I go, yeah, well, hopefully I'll see you. He goes, I want to get you passes or whatever. I go, okay, cool. I'll come see you after the show. Thinking I would just go to Will Call and there would be something there for me, an envelope. Instead, in the middle of the show, he's like, Eddie, where are you? Eddie, no, seriously, Eddie, where are you? Stand up. Eddie, where are you at, Eddie? He's talking to me. He's like, my friend's like, he said Eddie Trunk. I go, what? So I stand up like an idiot waving. He couldn't see me, but he had somebody in the audience that worked for him looking for me standing up so that they could find me to hand me my passes. I said to him when I saw him backstage after the show, I go, wouldn't Will Call just have been easier than yelling my name in the middle of your show on the mic? He goes, I don't know, it's just she was looking for you. I knew she was out in the crowd looking for you. I was like, oh, well, it worked. But having nothing to do with that pretty amazing moment, funny moment, that show was unreal. All right, I got to take a quick break. Come back, more calls as we kind of begin to wind down for 2025. More of your phone calls about anything you want. And again, remember, I know tomorrow's Christmas Eve, but I will be here for a live show.
Drunk
in here. Go ahead, John.
Hey, I had three things, but I'm just going to go with one because this is kind of my year-end wrap-up. But I've been meaning to ask you this question about Aerosmith forever. Do you not honestly know what Aerosmith, the band title, means?
No. The name of the band?
Yeah, Aerosmith.
What does it mean?
Ever since I was like in middle school, about 1979, I've been into linguistics and hard rock and everything. And aero, think it's Latin, think airplane, aeronautics, aerospace,
right?
Whatever.
That I get.
Flight.
Right.
Smith, if you are a master at something, you could be a blacksmith, a goldsmith.
Okay.
People call Bob Dylan a wordsmith. So basically, and I'll let you figure the rest out, but why do you think the first one's called Get Your Wings? Okay.
Well, it's not.
Wings?
The first record's just called Aerosmith. That's the second record.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. Second one's called Get Your Wings. Look at their logo, and they're not trying to sell wings. They're not trying to sell food out.
I think that was a football reference from the Uber Eats commercial, I think. So basically what he's saying, I've always said, like, what's in a name? The name Aerosmith, like if you ever heard that, like that would sound ridiculous. Like, what does that even mean? But now it's household name for the last 50 years. He's saying that it's something to do with a master of flight, basically. Now, he hung up. The question I would have for him, is that a used term in aeronautics? I'm assuming it is. Or is it something that Aerosmith just came up with? Get Your Wings is the second record. Third record, Toys in the Attic. Fourth record, Rocks. Next record, Draw the Line. So there's no other flight references in Aerosmith beyond Get Your Wings, album number 2. But yeah, what he said kind of makes sense there. All right, you guys, thank you for hanging with me on this Christmas Eve in Oklahoma. Hey, Larry, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Eddie, I want to tell you real quick. I got a couple of things as far as what I was calling about, but I wanted to tell you as a listener, and I speak for most of the listeners, we appreciate you guys. I mean, for me, being a mailman and having to do the same boring thing every day, it's sure is cool to turn over and listen to you guys, and I think most of us probably feel that way, so we appreciate you guys every day of the year.
Very kind of you. Thank you, Larry.
Yeah, it makes our job a lot easier, I guarantee you. I'm sure I speak for a lot of people. But I was going to tell you, you were talking about the concerts that we went to in our lifetime. 2 popped up for me. It was Van Halen 2 tour. They played in a little civic center and music hall here in Oklahoma City in 1979. And that would be probably my number one. But I also saw Freddie Mercury twice with Queen, so that would probably be my number 2.
That you could go back to see.
Yeah, Queen and Freddie Mercury. Randy Rhoads, I got to see him. If we were going to go that deep into it, that's in there too. But I would say Kiss. I would say my favorite, probably the one I'd want to go back to. It just the whole, 1979. You're a 14-year-old kid. You're seeing Van Halen for the first time in a little theater that holds 4,000 people, and they were headlining. By the way, it wasn't the '78 tour where they were touring Black Sabbath. It was their first headlining tour, I guess.
Yeah.
But then, Queen was Freddie Mercury. That'd be probably my 2.
Very cool. Thank you, Larry. Appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Merry Christmas. Thank you, man. Here's Monica in Phoenix. Hi, Monica.
Hi, Eddie. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Hopefully you feel better soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, I am calling. Okay, so I'll tell you what's one of my favorite interviews you did this year. And I have to say, Tear Me Down, because it kind of broke my heart that Terry kind of got very emotional when you did that interview. And it's somebody that I don't hardly ever hear do too many interviews. So Tear Me Down was one of my favorites along with Vince. And of course, the podcast with you remembering Ace. That was I learned a lot between y'all's friendship on that one. I think I don't know how many times I played that one. So those were my favorite. And my favorite concert, Eddie. I think I'm going to go with you with the Joe Perry project because that one surprised me. I'm like, this is great. I was not. I don't know. It was just straight up rock and roll. No pyro, no nothing. It was awesome. I mean, of course, ACD was good, but Joe Perry, I really enjoyed that one. And then one last thing, my album. I think album of the year would have to be Cheap Trick, all washed up. That one and Buck Cherry, but mainly Cheap Trick. And one last thing, Eddie, because I know you got a lot of calls. My Christmas wish list, Eddie, is for you to text Nikki Sixx and tell him to put 6 a.m. together and put him on the Carnival of Sins tour next year. And make it happen.
I doubt that's happening, Monica.
I know, but that's my wish.
Me. You're killing me. You're killing me.
Happy New Year, Eddie.
Thanks, Monica. Yeah, you too. Bye-bye. Yeah, I don't think 6 a.m. I don't think Nikki's doing double duty on that tour. I think we've probably seen the last of them, but you never know. Like I always say, no band never ends. No band ever ends. Steven in Missouri. Go ahead, Steven. Steven.
Hey, Eddie, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you now.
Hey.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's actually New Jersey. That's why I didn't pick up.
Oh, they wrote Missouri. Sorry about that. Big
no
difference.
Worries. Listen, yeah, I wanted to call in about the going back in time to see a show, and it's a big one because I've always wondered if you were there because it's something I could have went to had we found out about it in time. I'm 56, and like you know, L'Amour's was the home away from home. How many shows we saw there? But you always refer to it as an underplay. But if you I don't know if you remember, there was an underplay there, and they went under the name Charlotte and the Harlots. And we had heard about it after. And it was made at L'Amour's. And I don't know how we didn't hear about it. But to this day, I always imagine, the amount of times it was like 5 feet from Mike Tramp, how many times we saw White Lion there, to see Maiden in that tiny club. And I know most of the listeners don't know it unless they're from here. But I always also wondered if you were there.
Yep, I was. I do remember. It was they played, if I remember, it was after Iron Maiden played a show, right?
Right. Yeah, I think it was.
They played the Meadowlands or the Garden or something, then they went over there late.
Right. Right. I was also surprised to hear you say you didn't see the Born Again tour. That was actually the only time I saw Sabbath was at the Meadowlands. I mean, I saw Dio and Ozzy every solo tour, but I think we even went to the Meadowlands Born Again tour because Quiet Riot was opening. But I saw that show, which was actually good.
Sabbath played the Meadowlands on Born Again? I didn't know that. I don't know how I missed that.
Yeah. You remember back then we'd go see arena shows just for the opening act. I mean, I think I saw the Deep Purple, Triumph, which weren't my favorites, but mostly for the opening acts, which were like Loudness and Quiet Riot or whoever at the time. But anyway, I wanted to share that one. And anybody who never heard of that, it's a crazy idea that Maiden played a tiny club like that.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Stephen, and thanks for the call, Stephen. Merry Christmas to you. The thing is, though, Stephen keeps saying a tiny club. By standards now, L'Amour's was not tiny at all. L'Amour's was actually a huge club. Now, for Maiden, obviously, it was super small for them to be in a place like that. And the stage at L'Amour's was certainly not huge, but it was a very long room. It went, it was kind of not, it wasn't really narrow, but it wasn't very wide. But it would go from the front of the stage, it would come off, have a big standing room. There were these kind of bleachers off to one side, which was kind of a VIP. You had to have a pass to watch from there. Then there'd be the DJ booth and a bar, and then you'd step up, and then there'd be another long stretch back. So it was, L'Amour's held probably a couple thousand people. I mean, let's put it this way. If it held legally 1,000 people, they'd put 1,500 in there. Because it was some nights so unbelievably overcrowded. But it was not it was not small. I think when Steven's saying small club, people have like, 100-seat club. No, this was a big place, but it was still a club. And yes, what I remember is Iron Maiden played either the Garden or the Meadowlands, and then they went over there and played a set as well under the name Charlotte and the Harlots. And the other thing about that club is that bands, I've talked about this before, back then bands would go on, like the headliner usually wouldn't go on before 12:30, 1 in the morning. You usually did not leave there until 3 in the morning. It was extremely late, all the shows. So it's very easy for Maiden to play and get off stage at the Garden at 11 o'clock and be over there and play a set and be on stage at 1. It was like, that was usual timing for L'Amour's. Brian, Long Island, New York. Go ahead, Brian.
Eddie, how you doing? Thanks again for another great year. Been listening for 26 years, and I'm a semi-regular call. I'm a retired New York City police officer. We used to listen to you on the overnight, so thank you for supporting us.
Yeah.
And
always thank you, and thank you for what you guys do, and all the law enforcement out there, and all the emergency medical workers and fire department people, everybody. I mean, for those folks, they don't get the holidays off, so big thanks to them as well.
Now, I had 2 New Years off in 18 years when I was a police officer. 2.
There you go. I can't tell you how many in 43 years of radio. I cannot tell you how many holidays I worked. It wasn't. I mean, the first 20 years of my career, I was always getting the calls to do the holidays and the shifts when people took off. So, yeah, I appreciate having the time now for sure.
Yeah, it just becomes normal. It's like, all right, I'm working the holidays. It's just, after a while, it's just expected. But I had a couple of things. One, on the Kennedy Center honors, I don't know if you remember, but I called you in September thinking that the surprise that KISS had was they were going to show up in makeup to the Oval Office. And
you
said you were going to ask Ace. Was that in the cards before Ace passed, or no?
No, I forgot. I remember you with that phone call, Brian, but I never asked Ace because I forgot, and I never even heard talk of that at all. But I thought that was a great idea. I thought that would have. I still think it's a great idea, but I don't know if that was ever discussed.
Yeah, because I remember, President Trump saying that was a surprise. But real quick, I got to meet Ace. I probably met you, but I didn't know. I was 14 at the time. My friend Anthony calls me and is like losing his mind. He's like, his dad was a police officer in Port Jefferson, Long Island. He's like, my dad said that Ace Frehley's filming a video on his post tomorrow, and he said that we can go. So we went down there, we had to wait, and his dad took us to meet Ace. I think it was the Do Ya video, right before he went out, like on the rocks, and we got to meet him for like 5 minutes, signed our stuff, and it was just a great.
That was shot at the Apollo. That was shot at the Apollo Theater in Harlem.
Yes, but there was a part on the beach with the girl, and he was playing guitar. I met him.
Right.
He was right near where the ferries come in, and he was awesome. They still have the copy of Creatures of the Night that he signed. It was just a great experience.
Brian, thank you. Enjoy the holidays. And that would have been a cool visual for sure if they would have done that in full makeup, but I don't think that was ever discussed.
Yeah, just an idea I had. I thought maybe that would be, surprise. It would have been a great visual, but
it's a great.
Didn't happen.
Thank you, Brian. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there. I just hit the button by accident, but thank you. That would have been cool. But they were pretty much in black tie tuxedos the whole time. Everyone was. I mean, it's a black tie event. But there's been a precedent for seeing artists in the White House. I remember there's that photo of Elvis, I think with Richard Nixon shaking his hand, and Elvis is in, if I remember, he's in like one of the Elvis outfits. But yeah, Brian's idea was for KISS to appear in the White House, in the Oval Office with the president in full makeup and costume. I think that would have been really cool. But I don't think that was ever discussed. Here is the man who is distributing the Trunk Nation stickers worldwide, Ray in Maryland.
Hey, Eddie. How's it going, man?
Good, Ray. How's it going, man? You good?
Oh, I'm good, man. I've been getting out the stickers like crazy for you, so it's all good. And just because it's the holidays, everybody's been, saying, "Can I venue the postage money and all that?" So, but it's the holidays, so I've been covering it all on my dime, man. But just if anybody's listening after the holidays, that shit ain't going down.
Right, you need that self-addressed stamped envelope.
That's right. But hey, man, thanks for another great year of the show, and looking forward to the interviews and chatting with you next year. But I got a few of my best ofs for the year. My favorite rock album of the year is definitely the Smith Kotzen Blacklight White Noise album. I thought that was really good. I thought their voices complemented each other perfectly. And on the heavier side, I really dig Testament's album Parabellum, man. Those guys have not slowed down at all. And my concert of the year would definitely be Boardwalk Rock. I got the Bump Into You there, and then they had acts from the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s all in one, a couple days, so that was amazing. And as far as Trunk Nation moments go, I can't really say it's my favorite thing, but I'm just so glad it fell in your hands, because I don't think anybody would have celebrated Ace's life better than you. And you did like a 3-part thing with the break-in show, pre-recorded one, and then the couple days of it. So I think you doing that was therapeutic for you and for us fans as well, man. And I appreciated that so much, and I know that was hard for you to do, but it meant so much to all of us, and no one could have done it better than you. And I want to end by saying, on behalf of myself, Gene, Matt, and Gary, and all the fans of Trunk Nation, man, just hope you have a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, safe holiday. And I think about, I think Gene mentioned that you did reply. We have that little holiday Zoom thing coming up on January 2nd. And if you could pop in on that for a few minutes or whatever, that would be great. We're going to pull people in and out from the fan page that are regular listeners. And I'll send you another link or something when it gets a little closer, and, maybe you'll have time to pop in on it, and that would be awesome. But just thank you for another great year of interviews and, chats, and we're looking forward to another great year with you, man. That's about all I have to say, and have a great one, dude.
You too, Ray. Thank you. I appreciate what you and all the people on that page do, and the support. It means a lot, and I will do my best if I can pop in on that. Have a Merry Christmas, Ray. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Eddie. Bye-bye.
See ya. Bye-bye. Yeah, so there's the Facebook page that Ray and the other people he mentioned run, and fan page, and they're doing some sort of Zoom thing on January 2nd, where they're just going to get together and hang on. And I think that's awesome. I can't promise I can do it because I just don't know where I'm going to be January 2nd at that time and if I'm going to be available. But if I'm just sitting around not doing anything and I can do it, I absolutely will. Just pop on and say hello. I don't know what the parameters are of the general listeners getting involved in that, but look at their page and I'm sure they'll post everything there. But if I can, I will. I just have no idea on that date where I'm going to be and if I'm going to have a conflict or not at that time. Thank you, Ray. Appreciate it. Let's go to Hook, who is in Texas, joining us. Hi, Hook. What's happening?
Hey, Eddie. This is Hook in Austin, Texas, and happy holidays to you, sir.
You too, man. Thank you.
Hey, I just wanted to comment on what the previous caller said about all the Ace tributes that were awesome that you did. I know it was tough, but we all, as fans, appreciate it. So thank you so much for that again.
Well, I appreciate it, man. And I really, as I say all the time, when that kind of stuff happens, it's something that you wish you didn't have to do, but I'm glad that I'm here to do it for him. And, that was obviously a different level for me because of our personal relationship. Obviously, we lost Ozzy this year as well. That was very hard too, but I didn't know Ozzy, so I didn't have any personal relationship with him. But it certainly sucked from a fan standpoint, like all of us felt that. But for Ace, it was at a totally different level because of our history and because of our friendship. And, as we get into the new year in 26, there's a few Ace things kind of floating around out there that I'm going to look at. One being a possible tribute concert. I've been asked about possibly doing a book about our friendship and relationship, and a few other things kind of being talked about too. But I don't want to do anything unless it's right and it feels right and it seems like it's the right thing to do. So I want to be very careful of that. But I will have his back. I'll tell you that. That's why you guys saw when I went off about what Gene said, and then Gene put that apology out, thankfully. Because, Ace can't speak for himself anymore. And, I know how he was. I know him very, very well. And I know the things that he would have been firing back at. And now he doesn't have a voice. So I'm going to try to do that for him when it's warranted. And, that was unfortunately one thing that came out of Kennedy Center that was not such a good thing. But again, at least Gene did apologize. So we'll take that. But yeah, I mean, it was a tough year losing Ace, obviously, losing Ozzy. Again, speaking just for this show, do not want to forget my former producer, Ed Robinson, who at a way too young age, leaving behind a young son and a wife, passing away. Just awful. I still cannot believe we lost Ed. So it definitely took some shots here in 25 and hoping for a better 26.
Well, again, thank you for everything that you do for us. If I can say one more thing, a show that you could go back and see. A lot of people talked about shows they wish they could have seen. I want to go back to 1985, Ronnie James Dio Sacred Heart Tour. I saw in Odessa, Texas in 1985, and it probably production-wise at the time was the greatest show I ever saw. People always say, what's the best show? And I go, show. It was Ronnie James Dio on Sacred Heart. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
And did Vivian Campbell play that show?
He did.
He did, right?
He did.
Yeah, that was the last tour he did.
Correct. And you know what I mean, with Benny up top and just the castle and the dragon and the lasers, just anybody that can go back and see old video of it should, because at the time it was cutting edge.
I do think that Craig Goldie came in at some point on that tour. I don't know if it was in America or different part of the world, but I think he did come in at some leg of that, didn't he? Didn't he replace Vivian, or did Vivian do the whole tour?
He did towards the very end, but when I got to see him on that tour, he was still in Dio.
Yeah,
they hadn't had their falling out.
That was well. Thank you, Hook. I appreciate it. Thank you, buddy. That's when the Dio production was at its peak, because if you think about it, the groundwork was laid with the first two Dio records, Holy Diver, Last in Line, which are by far the biggest records. You got all the MTV stuff, got all the success. Really, in America, by far the biggest time that anybody knew who Dio was, coming off those two records. Yeah, he was in Rainbow. Yeah, he was in Sabbath, but it was a whole different level for him, certainly. And that all culminated with Sacred Heart. Now, even though Sacred Heart was not nearly as big of a record as the previous two, he's coming off of those two records, and that's where they spent the most money on production, staging, full-on arena headlining run. The dragon, the castle, the whole deal. Here is Jim in Pittsburgh joining us today. Hi, Jim.
Hey, Eddie. Before I get to my throwdown on my docs, speaking of Ace, I was looking through People magazine, and they go through the people who passed away, and he wasn't on it. Ozzy was, but not him.
I'm not surprised. I mean, I will say this, though. We had a couple nights, again, they did the right thing at the Kennedy Center last night. I mean, a lot of these mainstream people, I mean, Ozzy was, as I talked about when Ozzy died, Ozzy went to a whole different level because he became a reality show guy. Ozzy created this awareness in pop culture and this awareness with the reality show crew people and people who couldn't name an Ozzy song knew who Ozzy was because the reality show and all these things that he had done.
Right.
So I'm not entirely surprised by that. It's not right, but I'm not entirely surprised by it.
Right. Okay, Eddie, I'm asking you for a Christmas present. I want your Giants to beat my Raiders. I don't want the Raiders to lose next week so I can get my Heisman future quarterback. Okay? Please, win tomorrow. All
You mean
Raider
Sunday?
fans Sunday. I'm dying to lose these last two games. Okay? Anyway.
It's really an interesting it's an interesting game on Sunday. It really is, Jim, because you got two teams that are awful with the same record playing each other. And then you've got that underlying thing of like, should anyone really win this and why? And do you want them to or not? I've heard it called by more than just me as the Tank Bowl. And I know the NFL probably hates that, but it really is an interesting kind of storyline if you're looking for one in that game.
Yeah. How about this for a
which I will
throwdown?
probably, as long as I feel okay, as long as I get this COVID's behind me and I'm negative and I'm okay to travel, I will be physically at the game in Vegas on Sunday. Yes, yes. And it's going to be a weird thing for me because what do? I'm like, I'm going to, I'm not going to be able to see the Giants on the field and root for them to not do well. That would be a weird thing, but I'm not also going to be shattered if they lose. It's an odd thing. It's a really odd thing.
It really is, especially for me.
But you guys need a quarterback. You guys need a quarterback,
yes,
and we don't. So that's why you really need number one.
And this Heisman, this kid from Indiana, I really want him. I think he's the real deal. Anyway, I have a throwdown. Cinderella. How about Long Cold Winter versus Heartbreak Station? And
I thought you would say Long Cold Winter versus Night Songs.
No, because I think everybody would pick that. I think these two albums they're kind of even with each other.
All right,
I think
we'll think about that in the new year.
A tight race for it. A couple of docs I saw. Intermediate Family. The session players. Once you watch, you'll know who they play for. James Taylor, Phil Collins. Warren Zevon, the list goes on and on. Stevie Nicks, it's really good, and the Beatles anthology, which I had no idea it came out this year. It's a 9-part series. I find it very interesting. And what's that?
Is that different than different than the one they put out like 25 years ago? The Beatles put a box set called Beatles Anthology out. It was like 9 DVDs. I have it probably somewhere. Is it just that reissued?
No, it just basically talks about the history of them being. The interview is a little old. It looks like it came from the 80s, and John's in it too. He's talking about, but it's from. They start from the Cavern until they play their last show at the San Francisco, and then they go beyond. They found Yoko found some unmade songs, of John, just messing around, and they have them, the three of them, in the studio performing. Also, I saw Joan Baez. That was pretty good. The one that you mentioned. Counting Crows, I wouldn't recommend it because I don't know, but they were good during the 90s, but I mean he just sounds like a whiner, like he was complaining about this. I mean the guy sold 7 million albums to start out with. I mean, come on, really?
Well, I talked about that yesterday.
Sold 2 million on the second album, and he was like, it was okay, He just got issues. I don't know.
Well, he admits he's got issues. Jim, I got to run. I got a ton of calls. Thank you, buddy. Merry Christmas. And I guess you're going to say go Giants as a Raiders fan. He admits he has issues. He admits that he had mental issues, but I didn't think it was that extreme, but I did talk about it the other day with the Counting Crows doc. which they say in the doc, that there was a backlash to them because all he did was complain about being rich and famous suddenly. And then he went out and started dating Jennifer Aniston. That'll keep you more under the radar. I enjoyed it. I don't need to like a band to like the documentary. I don't need to like the music if the doc is good. Here's Weston in Tennessee. Hey, Weston.
Hey, Eddie. How you doing?
All right, man.
Hey, I just wanted to say that tribute last night to Ace at the Kennedy Center was just really beautiful, really well done. I know you and Chris Angel had a hand in that, but
I didn't have any hand in it. Let me just be clear. I talked to Chris about it. He ran a few things by me before he did it. And Chris asked me where he could get that guitar, and I connected him to get it. So, Chris, that was all Chris. I just as a friend helped him out and that idea about the guitar was all him. He just called me and asked me how he could get one of those guitars.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, it was super well done, and just wanted to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and Joel and the rest of the crew there at Trunk Nation. So thank you.
Thank you, Weston. Appreciate that very much. Just keep moving through as many calls as we can here as we get ready to close out the year. Here's Johnny, who's in Vermont. Hey, Johnny, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, Eddie, how's it going? First off, Merry Christmas, and thank you for another great year of my favorite show and the only reason worth purchasing Sirius XM. Again, incredible, and I hope this show goes on forever. It keeps me sane every day. I just wanted to go through really quick. Oh, no problem, man. I just wanted to go through really quick my thoughts on Youngblood. First off, I loved your interview that you did with him. I really liked his changes performance at Back to the Beginning. But just two quick things as to why I don't think he is the savior of rock. I think it's kind of bullshit. One, in all honesty, man, he has no songs. Like, all of his big YouTube videos are covers of other people's songs. His claim to fame is a cover of somebody else's song. There's no music there. He's part of a production duo, which is really a pop/hip hop kind of like thing. Team up with a producer and just throw everything against the wall that it sticks. You know what I mean? Now he's on rock. He's going to be back on electronica in a year or something like that. It's just kind of bullshit to me. And then reason number two is he cheats. Wings of Pegasus outed him. Is our savior really someone that uses live auto-tune? Fuck that. Why aren't we celebrating people like Tuck Smith? Tuck Smith lost his arena tour, still goes. Tuck Smith lost his best album, still kept going. Like, that's rock and roll. That's what fucking rock and roll is, and what's going to save rock and roll is that attitude. We should celebrate the Lizzie Hales, the younger rockers that go out there, actually sing and blow everyone off the fucking stage, not some poser that uses fucking live auto-tune. Get the fuck out of here. Thank you, Eddie.
All right, Johnny, thank you for the call. I will take some of that. I'll address some of that. That is, so for the Youngblood detractors out there, and if you listen to the Youngblood interview, and again, it is now on the app and you can see it because I put the video on YouTube. He mentioned during the course of the interview a couple times, used the word poser, haters, things like that. So and I asked him about it, and he clearly is aware that exactly everything that God, I just spaced on his name. The previous caller just threw at him. He's totally aware that that's out there, and he addressed it on the air when I asked him about it. And he also is aware, as I am, that he has had a history in other kinds of music. In other words, he's not one of these guys that came out of the womb wanting to be a rock god. So, he did other stuff. And as he said, again, if you listen to the interview, that was just part of his growing process, that he does like a lot of other kinds of music, but it took him, he's only 28. It took him this amount of time to really find what he wants to be, and that's a rock guy. Now, as far as him not having songs of his own, I've only listened to his latest record, which is called Idols. And being honest, about half of it I really liked, including the lead single, which was a 9-minute song called Hello, Heaven, Hello. I thought that I think that's a really cool song. I think it's catchy. I think it's got a cool jam. It kicks in. Are all his songs great? Is his past, I don't know about. I don't know his earlier records. But, there are artists that start out doing one thing and they evolve into something else. Mike Tramp was in a teen pop band as a kid in Denmark, like a New Kids on the Block type group before he formed White Lion. So, it's not uncommon for people to go through that evolution. But I think what happens now with him, and where we're really going to learn if he wants to truly embrace this whole quote unquote savior of rock, is really going to come with his next moves. The next record he makes. If you were listening after that interview, the day I did it, I said on the air, I really hope, because I like him. I like his attitude. I like him I don't know him personally. The first time I ever talked to him was that interview. But I like the swagger he has. I think it's good for rock and roll. And I think he draws the line. He cuts the line just perfect without being over the top and being annoying. But also still being, owning it, And I said after, when the interview was over and I talked about, when I hung up with him, I said, I really hope what he does when he makes his next record goes in and makes a raw rock record. Work with some other people, work with some different producers, work with some songwriters, and go in and make an Appetite for Destruction. Now, I'm not saying you're going to make that record. I know that's easier said than done, but that vibe, if you will, that rawness, a big riff rock record. Now, if he's going to really grab it by the throat, I'd love to see him do that. I can guarantee you that there are people on his team that are probably maybe directing him in another direction. It's a weird thing with a guy like that because he is now getting mainstream love. He is now getting enough big attention where pop radio's recognizing him, rock radio's recognizing him. And, ideally, if you're managing an artist like that, you want them to live in both worlds. But it's a very hard thing to do. And the worst thing you can do is fall between the cracks and not live in any world. But he touches on a lot of different areas, and it's going to be really interesting to see where he gravitates to. Look, the live auto-tune thing, I don't know if that's the case, if that's somebody saying that, but I hate to break it to you. But unfortunately, tons of artists are doing that. I'm not going to get on my whole tangent about backing tracks and all that, but pre-recorded tracks are one thing. With some of the electronics that you can put on a voice, I could sing into this microphone right now and sound like Youngblood with the right program on this microphone. So, we are going down crazy rabbit holes now. I really hope that we have a lot of artists out there keeping it real, but there are tons of artists. I'm not saying it's right, but there's tons of people doing that. But I just really, I understand he's a bit of a polarizing guy because what the caller said is what is leveled at him from a lot of people, and he's totally aware of it and he owns it. And no matter where you land with him, again, I think he wants to be rock. He grew up in a guitar store. He seems pretty legit to me. This does not seem like it's totally fabricated. Seems to be where he's at right now. Where does he go from here? And we do know that he's got a big tour of America next year in big, not arenas, but way bigger venues. Most of the dates are sold out, including a headline show at Radio City Music Hall. which is like a 5,000 capacity, obviously super prestigious theater. So he is, whether you like him or not, he is on the rise. He attracts a wide demographic of people. Even my kids, and my kids are completely disconnected from our world for the most part. They just don't care about it. But after I had Youngblood on, they came up to me, said, Dad, you had Youngblood on? We know who he is. Of course. So you see, those are 20, 18, 21-year-old, and then you've got 60, 65-year-olds talking about him. That's all good. And whether you like the guy or not, or like his music or not, if he can bring more rock fans under the umbrella, I'm all for it. And I've said that about everybody. I've said that about Ghost. I've said that about Sleep Token. I've said that about any of these acts that have emerged in the last few years that have gotten real traction. Is it something I crank up as my favorite thing? Maybe not. Maybe. I don't know. Case by case, but you got to pull for it. The only time I don't pull for it is if it's blatantly fake. And I don't feel that about him. But it'll be interesting to watch. We'll watch the trajectory. I think that's going to be a real interesting story. But the real interesting thing is going to be what the next move is in terms of making a record. I believe he said in the interview that he has a sequel to this record, and then he wants to make an all-out rock record. But, he's going to have a lot of people in his ear telling him what he should or shouldn't do and what direction he should or shouldn't go in. Lastly, as far as, the caller throwing out names like Tuck Smith, Lizzie Hell, etc., those are all people I love. And I agree 100% that those are artists we should be pulling for. Hailstorm's well on their way. So Hailstorm and Tuck Smith in the same sentence doesn't even make sense because Hailstorm is an established major band all over the world. Tuck is virtually unknown, unfortunately, but one of the most talented younger artists I've ever seen and heard. And my hope, for an artist breaking through in 26 would be that he gets to another level. And that's as real as it gets, him and what that band does. But, you can't say, well, we should be pulling for those guys and not this guy. I mean, that doesn't work. I mean, that's not how the universe works. It's just, you can't, this guy in Youngblood, he got a big opportunity to show himself to the world at Back to the Beginning, and he grabbed it by the throat and took it and ran with it. Think about that. The guy had 4 albums out. And among most people in America, virtually unknown. Now, I say that, but I'm fully aware that he did have a following in America. He did have, alternative radio, pop radio, he had some awareness, younger people. But what I mean is that moment, Doing Changes, on that stage, an immediate shot across the universe. Immediate on everyone's radar, including mine. Immediate, every rock person saying they wanted to work with him. And you know what? You got to credit him for that, because if he would have shit the bed in that moment, and if he wasn't great in that moment, and he didn't do what he did in that moment, that wouldn't have happened. Like he said during the interview, he goes, half those people came out like, who's this poser? He had to win over that audience, and he won over the world in a 4-minute song. And that's why we're talking about him right now. If that moment did not happen, I guarantee you right now, we would not be talking about him. So it was a huge game-changing moment. for him and obviously for the rock landscape, and let's see where it goes. We will keep an eye on it. It'll be an interesting story to watch in 26, but I'm pulling for him, and I'm, of course, pulling for Tuck. No one's pulled for Tuck more than me. I'm pulling for, Liz. I'm pulling for everyone. I'm pulling for a million young bands that I love. But it's tough, man. And there are so many variables and so many things have to fall into place. And you've got to catch luck, and you've got to catch a break, and you've got to catch things you might not even be planning on, like what happened to Youngblood. I mean, just there's so many things that could suddenly make you on everyone's radar. And then if you get that rare opportunity, what do you do with it now? Where do you take it? And that's what we really need to watch. All right, what I got to do is take a break. When we come back, we'll have our final 15, 20 minutes of 2025 right after this on a Christmas Eve edition of Trunk Nation.
Trunk.
All right, we're back. Again, final show of the year on this Christmas Eve. As we wrap up here in about 10 minutes or so. And we'll go into best of mode. And we'll be back. Live shows resume on Monday, January 5th, after the holiday break. So again, a very happy holidays and a very Merry Christmas and a very happy, healthy New Year to each and every one of you. And thank you, as always, for listening to Trunk Nation and joining us here on our daily get-togethers as we geek out and discuss and analyze and just dissect and debate the world of music and rock music in particular. And of course, all of our great guests. Joel gave me the full list of all our guests from 2025. And I will get into that when we get back on January 5th and maybe set you guys up to tell me when I read that list what some of your favorites were. Again, we'll do a lot of year-end stuff when we return on January 5th in that first week for sure. So a lot of calls. But just looking at that list real quickly, the very first guest we had on in 2025, so our first guest came 2 weeks into the year, which is about right because, again, it's always a couple weeks before people start moving and things start happening. January 14th of 25 was our first guest of the year. It was Chris Caffery, the guitarist from Trans-Siberian Orchestra. But I remember Chris was on because Savatage had announced shows all in Europe. And a lot of people asked me about Savatage, so we had Chris on to talk about that. Hello to Aaron, who's joining us from Canada today. Go ahead, Aaron.
Oh, hello. How you doing?
Hi, Aaron.
Merry Christmas. Hey, Merry Christmas,
Same to you.
everybody. And I just wanted to say I got a chance to see Todd Kearns 2 nights ago. He did a kind of a really cool 100-person show, at a winery here in West Kelowna, and it was absolutely amazing. That guy is so talented. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, Todd's awesome. He's a great multi-talented musician, a great singer as well. When I was in Vegas a week or so ago, where Todd lives, I was going to go see him because he did an acoustic set at the Hard Rock on the Strip playing all Kiss songs. And I had gotten dressed and everything and left my house to go see him. And I got in my car and my garage door broke at my place.
Oh, no.
And it was stuck up. And I was like, I can't leave the house and leave the garage door open. So I had to wait to get it fixed. So it derailed me from going to see him. But I was about to go see him just before I left to come back to New Jersey. So, yeah, very talented guy and has a lot of different projects going on.
Oh, it's unbelievable. And you know what? One thing that's totally amazing is you can throw a song at him and he just plays it. And if he doesn't know it, you wouldn't think that he doesn't know it. That's how good he is.
And, of course, one of the big stories, Aaron, that we'll watch, and thank you, Aaron, for the call, as we go into the new year is that, as I mentioned the other day, I think the biggest spotlight tours for the coming year, without question, the biggest is Rush. And that's going to be one I know we're going to spend a lot of 26 talking about. The idea of Rush without Neil Peart and this woman, Annika, playing drums and how that's going to work, and Rush expanding out to a 4-piece for the first time. And so that's going to be real interesting to see and watch as that unfolds. And then sooner, and again, it's ironic because we're talking about 2 trios from Toronto that have been inactive for a while, but the other would also be, I think I'm really curious to see about Triumph, which of course Todd Kearns is a part of now, along with Brent Fitz and along with Phil X. It was funny because I was clicking around on YouTube and my algorithm, I've been telling you guys about how it's been feeding me things, including my own stuff. And I saw an old Triumph concert from 82, Pro Shot concert. Man, those guys were on fire back then. I mean, Rick Emmett just all over the stage, singing like that, playing like that. Now, obviously, what you're going to get in 2026 as Triumph is going to be very, very, very different than that. And is going to essentially be a 5 or a 6-piece band, depending upon if Mike plays the show. But it'll be great to hear those songs again. And we do know that when it comes to Brent and Todd and Phil, you're going to have great people as a supporting cast. Here's Jim in Illinois. Go ahead, Jim.
Eddie, what's up, buddy? How are you? Merry Christmas.
I'm okay. You too.
Very good. Hope you're feeling better. All right, couple quick things, and I'll let you go. I know you got a lot of callers. One, the best guest of the year, it's all of them, my man. What you do and the people you bring to the show to enlighten all of us is awesome. I have picked up on more interesting topics / bands because of you, so thank you. Best
thank
concert, I will tell you this. I had a horrible year for going to concerts because of just work. But Buddy Guy, I saw him, 89 years old, Joliet Rialto Theater in Illinois, 89, still live, killing it. A lot of these young people take a lesson. Couple quick bullet points. That Kiss Kennedy Center, that was very cool. The thing I liked the most, the Ace tribute, and when they showed the balcony and you saw Peter Criss, I thought that was really fucking cool, and that just shows you how much Ace meant to Peter. Another quick thing, Youngblood, I know people are back and forth. That interview was great, by the way. But also, it's like, hey, listen, if he's a poser or whatever, it'll show down the line. So, let's see what this kid can do. I thought that interview
that's
was
my
great.
point. I mean, again, people all start somewhere. So that was kind of my point, what I said. I think the next moves are going to be really telling. Like, he's got this opportunity to be this guy. Let's see if he takes that by the throat. If he caves to what producers or managers might tell him and swings back more towards a restrained thing and a pop thing or an alternative-y thing, and he doesn't really go for that mantle, then we'll know that's not really what's in his heart. But again, as an artist, he's going to try doing different stuff and sort of figure it out. I mean, I talked about that with the Struts the other day. I like the fact that the Struts are going more rock. I've been on them about that forever. They were always a rock band, but they dabbled. And when I saw them live this year, they went into more of a rock mode, which I thought was great. And I talked to the guitar player about it. So we need some of these younger artists that have some buzz on them to really grab it. And nobody has that opportunity more than this guy, Youngblood, going into the new year.
Oh, 100%. And like I said, that interview was great. I'd go have a beer with the dude right now. Lastly, and then I'll let you go, 2 things. CDs rule, by the way. You're 100% right. And I did get the Beatles anthology. It's basically what they did was they updated the box set and added part 4. I haven't listened to it yet, but they added part 4. I heard the one call about it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, because I had the DVD box.
Yeah, as far as the visual part, I don't know. I just know there's a 4th CD set, so they updated it, so I bought the full package. But And lastly, and I know this is, Eddie Van Halen, we talk about that lack of a tribute to him. And one other artist, and I know it's not 100% hard rock, but he's still an American legend. Another guy that never had a tribute of any kind. He died in 2017, and that was it. And the Heartbreakers never did nothing with anybody, was Tom Petty. On that note, yeah. I will leave you. Merry Christmas to you, Joel, your families, your staff, and much love, my man.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it all. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's true. Petty absolutely would be worthy and deserving, and it's kind of surprising. I mean, there's not a rock artist, a singer-songwriter out there that would not and should not tip the hat to Petty. That's a great call by Jim. I never really thought about that. I've not met Youngblood in person because when we did that interview, he was in New York, I was in Vegas, but I may meet him because I'm going to Steven Tyler's Grammy party again in LA on February 1st. And he is nominated for Grammys, so he's going to be in LA. And I'd be shocked if he does not come to Tyler's party afterwards. I'd be shocked given their history with this. So, especially if he wins. So we'll see what happens. That might be an opportunity to do something with him again in person, maybe face to face. But anyway, look, that's a cap on 2025 as far as live shows. Great year. Thank you again, everybody. You guys rule. Thank you so much for your support, your love, listening, celebrating rock with me every day here on Trunk Nation. To you and your families and your friends, have a fantastic holiday, Christmas, New Year's, anything else you're celebrating. Enjoy, be safe. Phones, again, 844-686-5863. Frank Hannon of Tesla is going to give us a quick hello in just a few minutes, too, so stand by for that. Our first caller is Jay, who's in Pennsylvania, joining us today. Hi, Jay.
Hey, Eddie, it's Jay Thomas.
Oh, what's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, it's a good day. The football gods gave us a 2-12 Raiders for the Eagles to get back off a 3-game skid, so it's a good day.
Yeah, well, my team is just battling for that number one number one draft pick, Jay. So that's what I'm looking at again this year. So thank you for reminding me about your Eagles.
Hey, Eddie, what is your Spinal Tap moment? A download microphone deal, or you got a better one?
Ooh, that's a good question, man.
Hey, and why not? You could make this a whole show of all your stories, your rock fan stories, our stupid stories. We can make a great show out of that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think fans generally would have Spinal Tap moments because they probably, they're not really in the business end of it, most of the people listening. So I don't know how that would be relevant to them. But for me, my gosh, there would be a million of them. I wouldn't even know where to begin. One of them that comes to mind immediately, you mentioned the download thing, which is pretty darn funny. That was with Tesla. But the one thing that I always remember is the very, very, very first time I ever turned on a microphone on a radio station on my own as a kid. And I did my first ever break, and I didn't realize it, but I pushed the wrong button on the console, and I turned on the microphone that was on the other side of the console, not the one I was using that was right in front of my mouth. And I did this 2-3 minute break between songs that nobody ever heard. All they heard was dead air because I turned the wrong microphone on. And the program director came running in. He's like, "What the hell did you just do? There was 2 minutes of nothing on the air." I go, No, I did my first break. I had the microphone on it. Look, I pushed this button right here. He goes, "You idiot. That's the microphone on the other side of the room." So many people don't know this, but my broadcasting career started with 2 minutes of dead air. It's amazing I survived that.
That's great. I'm late to the game because I can really call to your show, but I wanted to share two Ace experiences if I could. One was at the 1996 that Union Tour, whatever they called it. I had to schlep to get to Cleveland to go see it, and Ace Frehley hit me I juiced up a security guy, and I got right up front, and Ace hits me in the chest with a pick, which created like an addiction level pick collection, which you have helped with a lot. Anyway, that's one. two is I'm at a Rocklahoma, and Ace puts on a meet and greet, and it was really nice. It was really reasonable. Got a lot of time with him. He gave a shitload of swag, and I'm literally sitting shoulder to shoulder to him at a seat. And they say never meet your idol, and that always doesn't mean bad. But I didn't know what to say to him, so I just said, "Hey, Ace, I know you've heard a million stories. There's a lot of swag you gave us for this. It was really nice." And he looks over at his handler and says, "What did he say?" He couldn't hear me from right next to him.
No, he was totally. He really his hearing was really bad later in his life. And thanks, Jay. I got to run though. Have a good Christmas, buddy.
See you.
Oh, sorry. There's that's good friend of mine there, Jay Thomas, checking in from Pennsylvania. But Ace had big time. He really, his hearing really went, and it compromised some of his playing and some of his performances because he had a hard time getting the sound dialed in his own ears to hear what he was doing because just years of insanely loud volume on stage, obviously. But Jay's not the first person who have called in and talked about Ace, like throwing picks to people and the way he would kind of have fun with people from the stage to people in the audience. By the way, I'll leave this a bit, I'm not going to say exactly who, but I've heard from, over the weekend, I heard from even more people, including actual people in Ace's family, that were extremely happy and appreciative of my whole rant and going off about Gene, who since made an apology about those comments. So I don't do it for that. I do it because it comes from my heart, and I believe it's important, and to say how I feel, especially when someone is being disrespected baselessly. But it is nice to know that there are so many that appreciated that, and maybe it did lead to Gene apologizing, which he did do publicly. Here's John in Connecticut. Hey, John.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. What's happening?
Not too much, and not too much. You're listening to the show. You have a great show, Ed.
Thank you, John.
You started out the show. You wanted to talk about, people that you wish you could see along, whether they were dead or alive.
Right. We're going to do that on Wednesday.
Oh, fuck me. I'm sorry.
Well, that's all right. Yeah, but I just was setting it up so people can start thinking about it. But we're going to do that as an entire show on Wednesday for people to call in. So if you got one, save it for us and call in on Wednesday.
Hands down, who had to have been Rush with Neil Peart. I saw him 35 times. I got tickets to see him in Mohegan next November. I don't know how the lady's going to perform. It's not going to be the same. It's just not going to be.
No, it can't be. Can't be the same.
No, it can't. But, I'm just saying. I saw him at Radio City Music. I used to sleep out in the New Haven Coliseum on the sidewalk when I was a kid till my legs went numb and I hallucinated. So, all right. So I'll try back Wednesday.
Yeah. Call in Wednesday. Well, you kind of just did it already. You kind of jumped the gun on it, John, so we now know. But you're welcome to try again Wednesday as well if you got something extra you want to say.
You were a huge Rush fan, correct?
Yes, more so of the stuff from like Moving Pictures back, although after Moving Pictures there were things that I liked, but my thing with Rush was I always felt they got a little too they lost a little of the guitar edge going from Signals forward. I liked more of the meaty guitar, harder driven stuff.
Of course, we all have our periods, the times of the band, but I mean, come on. 3 musicians that were just at the absolute top. And I'm not a musician, but I know good musicians, and those dudes are insane in musicians. You know what I mean?
Well,
like such professionals, and 3 guys 3 guys making all that sound. Holy
Well,
moly.
it's not. When you go see what they're doing, thank you, John, for the call. When you go see what they're doing on this next tour next year, that's the other thing that's going to be interesting. Not only is Rush not going to be just 3 guys, it's not going to be just guys. Because now it's going to be a 4-piece band, as you know. I mean, that's kind of gotten lost in all the Rush stuff. That Rush is expanding. That Rush is going to have an additional member on stage. That's something they never did. There's so much focus on the drummer and it being a woman and who is she and can she do this and is it going to be good? Understandably. But I think what's getting lost in all this is there's going to be a 4th member in Rush. Now, we don't know who it is yet. They've not announced it, but they have said that they will be bringing a keyboard player / vocalist with them. And as I said before, I guarantee you that keyboard player is going to have a tremendous voice and is going to be able to sing very high. Why do I say that? Because I think that's going to be a big help to Geddy. The other thing that nobody talks about with the Rush thing is Geddy having to sing that stuff. We already know that Rick Emmett with the Triumph reunion that's why they're bringing 3 extra guys. So, and I have no problem with that, again, as long as it's live, because that's how you keep things still a live show. I have a problem when you bring in the electronics and the tapes and the recordings and the fake tracks. But if you're transparent about it, as Triumph has been, and as Rush are going to be, then there's nothing wrong with it. You just, as a fan, you just have to realize it's going to be different. And when I say, as I said to the caller, it can't be the same, I'm not saying it's bad. It's going to be bad. But there's just no way it can't be different. It's got to, any time a band changes a member, it can't be the same. It's impossible. How interesting is it that we have, as we get ready to close out here this year, that as we look to 2026, we have both of the legendary Canadian rock trios in Rush and Triumph touring. That's insane. Nobody in a million years could have predicted that. And neither are going to be trios anymore. Because they just, there's limitations as they get older as to what they're going to be able to do. They need supporting people. And again, there's no shame in that. To me, the shame is when you fake it. But having a few extra people on stage to help you out, it is what it is, as long as you're transparent about it. But I think that's really interesting. And we brought that up to the Triumph guys when they were on recently, talking about the irony of that. And they're like, yeah, one had nothing to do with the other. It just kind of worked out that way. But 2 bands, trios from Toronto, both inactive for at least 10 years or longer, are planning tours for 2026. Pretty crazy. We are back. Nation, the start of the final full week of shows for 2025. Again, I say full week because we're here live all week through Friday. And then next week, we are live the first 3 days of the week leading into Christmas Eve. So in the home stretch now, before you put a button on the year 2025, we'll do some year-end stuff. We'll be taking a lot of calls. We'll likely have our final, well, again, you never know who the final guest will be, but right now we've got former KISS guitarist Bruce Kulick hanging with us in studio tomorrow, so that is as scheduled the final guest, but anything could change, as we know, being a live show. All right, let's get back over to the phones, 844-686-5863. We've got about 30 minutes before we wrap up this show, and I head over to Hair Nation for show number 2 on Mondays. Mike in Pennsylvania is our next caller. Go ahead, Mike. You're on the air.
Hey, Eddie. I'm glad Frank mentioned that tour. I actually saw that concert too with Badlands, Great White, Tesla. Killer. I mean, you're talking about going back in time to see something. That'd be a one to see again. That's not why I called you, but I just was thinking about it while I was listening to Frank on the air. Sadly, Ray Gillen's gone. It was a hell of a singer.
Well, yeah, if you think about that tour, Ray Gillen's gone. Jake is obviously pretty inactive when it comes to Great White. Sadly, Jack is gone. When it comes to Tesla, thankfully the original members are all still alive, but two of them aren't in the band anymore. So, yeah, when you look at those sort of like fantasy or situations or who you'd like to see again, if you could do something like that again, which again, what we'll do on Wednesday, that's the consideration is like, okay, well, how many people are alive still from that lineup?
Mm-hmm.
And, could it happen, or who is alive still from that lineup but no longer in the band? Like if you're talking about Tesla, again, thankfully, thank God, all five of the original guys are alive, but Troy is no longer there and Tommy is no longer there in terms of still in it. So yeah, there's going to be different kind of caveats to each situation, but that'll be fun to break down as well.
Yeah, I'll definitely be calling you on Wednesday to talk about that with a different band, but I wanted to go over a couple Ace-related things. First of all, do you have any idea how much it will cost to dress the band as animals?
Wait, what do you mean?
You know what I'm referring to?
No.
The Spinal Tap scene? They're not animals.
Oh, yeah.
The Zodiac.
Yes, the Zodiac. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I just watched the original one. It's amazing. As many times as I've seen the original one, I always still pick up things that I forgot about. Like, it's just everything from the publicist played by Fran Drescher, Bobby Fleckman. It's so spot on, especially at that time for what a publicist would be like. And here's the other thing. When they talk about the original album cover for Smell the Glove, it's not that far off from the album cover of Scorpion's Animal Magnetism.
Right. Exactly. I mean, that movie is true to a lot of stuff, with the Stonehenge, Black Sabbath, but theirs was reversed. Their Stonehenge was too big, made the band look like dwarfs, That movie, and then obviously that whole makeup thing is like a nod to bands like Kiss,
Yeah, and the Pods, when he gets stuck, when David St. Hubbins gets stuck in the pod, and they're using a blowtorch and a hammer to try to get him out, and then he gets out at the very end when the others go back in, and he's got like one arm out.
That was actually Harry Shearer's character, the bass player, got stuck.
Right. So, but the thing is I think that may have been loosely based on the band Angel, who in the 70s appeared from Pods. And if I ever had the chance to talk to Rob Reiner, and sadly now I never will after this tragedy this weekend, that was the thing I really wanted to talk to him about, because there were always these stories about Spinal Tap that he had gone to, that it was based on Saxon, or is based on Motorhead, or the Stonehenge was based on Sabbath, or all these bands that he allegedly went to see and took these ideas from. I never heard an interview with him where he confirmed any of that. And that's always what I wanted to talk to him about.
Yeah. So, I was bringing it up to kind of tie into Kiss and Ace Frehley. I talked to you a few weeks ago and said, I'd like to see another Ace Frehley tribute album. There was one in the 90s called Spacewalk, and I don't know if anybody's made one since then. And I know other people have been on you to say, hey, could you put together a tribute concert? So I was kind of thinking and coming up with some ideas. I've done some radio myself. I've done some concert promotion, and I think I have some good ideas sometimes. And so what I was thinking, and, people were going to be talking about this for years, so, hopefully something like this will be able to come around, but was how about a tribute concert, all different, famous people that love Ace playing his songs. Some of them get together and write a new song as a tribute to Ace, is sort of like a, We're Stars kind of, thing, like that hearing aid, like a little all-star lineup. tribute to Ace song, co-written by several people, and then release the live album, make it live tribute plus one, and that one studio track that was written specifically for Ace by his fans, guitar players,
I think the idea of the song, Mike, I just don't know what that ends up doing or getting, and we all know that, unfortunately. Now, look, if it's I just don't know. And thanks, Mike, for the call. I just don't know what you do with that. Like, just being completely honest, we know how limited there is interest in new music from classic artists. It's extremely limited. It doesn't get airplay. It's just it's a very, very hard sell. So I don't know what the value of doing that would be or where the interest would be on that. And whenever you involve songwriting and performances and you do stuff like that, it gets very tricky. It really does. I mean, again, there's a reason why Guns N' Roses haven't gone in a studio and written a new song in 10 years as the band they are now. There's a reason some of these bands have not put out new music in a really long time. A lot of classic bands. Creatively, it gets weird. Publishing, it gets weird. Cost, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, what happened with this? Oh, great. For 2 days, people listened to it and looked at the lyric video on YouTube, and then that was it. I mean, it's just got to be something really extraordinary, I think. The idea of the concert is still something I'm very much interested in pursuing. And I just have not had time to dedicate to it. Now, I did have a setback with that, though, because I had a person and a venue here in Vegas at a major casino that was willing to give me the venue to do it in. And unfortunately, that person who I was talking with about that idea is now no longer with the casino and is no longer at that job. So that opportunity may have just gone away in terms of the venue. And I know you're saying, well, you could go into a million other venues. Well, yeah, you could, but not a lot of venues are willing to give you the space for free, which they were willing to do for me. That's a lot of support that you could funnel money into other areas. It's very complicated to do this stuff, folks. There are so many wrinkles to it. And if you record it and you shoot it, that's a whole nother nightmare to put it out. Look no further than we are now just past 2 years since my 40th concert, and I am still sitting on the pro shot. You have no idea the publishing clearance rights issues when you start doing recorded music. As we speak, I'm starting to try to find music and get favors to include music in my documentary that's being done on me. Extraordinarily difficult. It's not if you've got millions of dollars, but that's not quite the budget. So I'm staying away from like recorded stuff. I'm going to find a way to get this concert out, I swear, even if it's just dumping it on YouTube. But in terms of the, recording stuff and publishing and writing, and no, not interested. But yeah, the concert is something that I'll still continue to pursue. I think it should happen, and I'd like to have it happen, but I just don't know when, where, and I want it to be done right. Without it being done, I'd rather have it not happen at all than not be done well and correctly. 844-686-5863. We got some open lines here if you want to jump in as we work our way till just before 5 Eastern with your calls about rock. And then I'll jump over to Hair Nation and wrap up show 1 of 2 on Mondays. Let's go to North Carolina. Joe is joining us. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Eddie. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure, Joe.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I was listening to you, I think it was a rerun show, some of your best hits over the Thanksgiving holiday. And I think one of them was the 20 greatest Kiss hits. And that was pretty good. Love that. And during that show, you were playing the song Deuce. And I remember the conversation was around, hey, what was this song about? And, when you made the show, you were thinking, hey, you mentioned, I don't know exactly what it was about. I never learned what it was about. And so I don't know if you ever, clarified that with the band or ever heard anything. But my young, impressionable mind when I was growing up, when I would hear that song Deuce, I always thought it went back to like playing poker. When you think of poker, like deuces were wild. And here is, Paul the love child telling this woman, hey, your man deserves a wild card. He deserves a deuce, and you can read into that however you want, like, whatever. He deserves a wild card. He's working hard. You should give it to him. So I always thought it meant. I don't know if, you ever got clarification or ever heard what it was about.
Well, the song was written by Gene, so that would be a Gene question as far as what the song is about, because he sings it, and I'm pretty now. Look, Paul wrote God of Thunder and Gene sings it, but in Deuce, I'm pretty sure Gene wrote the lyric and the song, so he would be the one to clarify that. But I remember, so what you're referencing is when we did one of the best of shows around Thanksgiving was the Kiss Top 20, the original one that I did. And I do remember that coming up and me saying no idea what Worth the Deuce meant, but I also don't play poker, so I didn't know that was a term in poker.
Fair enough. You're probably smart.
Yeah. So I don't know if I ever get a chance, I'll try to get an answer to that, Joe. Thank you for the call. It could have just been, sometimes lyrics don't mean anything. Sometimes lyrics are just because it works and leave it to people's imaginations. When MTV came out, early 80s, initially, there were people, meaning artists, that really hated the idea of making videos for their songs because they didn't want visuals applied to their lyrics. They wanted people to listen to a song and listen to the lyrics and extrapolate from that what they wanted to. Like come up with a visual in their head as to what the lyric was about. Interpret it the way they wanted to interpret it. And of course, if you now have a video for the song, a mini movie essentially, you're now being directed and told and given visuals to say, this is what the song is about. When in reality, a lot of music videos are not what the song is about. They're what the director of the video decided to make it about. But that was a thing for a long time. Like if you're old enough to remember interviews and remember the early days of videos, there were a lot of artists that did not want to make videos, resisted making videos for that reason. Because they wanted the fans to come up with their own interpretation and their own thing in their head. Like something like Hotel California by the Eagles, which is essentially a story. Now, there's no official music video for that song. So you have your own visual of the hotel, the dark desert highway, all that stuff, right? But if that's all laid out for you, you have that visual, you know what that highway looks like. But in your mind, you've heard that song a billion times, that highway or that hotel could look wherever you want. The minute you make a video for it, it's forever ingrained that that hotel looks that way. Now, the Eagles are doing the Sphere here in Vegas on a recurring basis. And I was told they actually opened with Hotel California and put visuals of that up on the walls. But there were a lot of people that resisted music videos for that reason, because the lyrics, they want them to be interpreted however you want. So sometimes there's always not a specific meaning, is the point. Mike in Virginia. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, Eddie, how's it going?
Hi, Mike.
So I had an idea for a throwdown. Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness versus Use Your Illusion 1 and 2.
The battle of the double albums.
Absolutely.
I think, Mike, with my audience, and this is no slight to Smashing Pumpkins, I think Guns N' Roses would dominate that.
I think it'd be interesting talk because you said Billy's going to be on the show at some point.
Well, I hope so. I've been trying to nail him down. I hope so. We haven't talked in a really long time, but that's neither here nor there if you're doing a throwdown. The idea of the throwdown is they're tough and it's a hard pick. Now look, in the general world, I would think that's really good and close. In my world, I just think my audience is way more dominant GNR fans than Pumpkins fans.
Do you have time for one question?
Sure.
Okay, because I don't want to get long-winded, so I'll just get to the point. Do you think there's a better Kiss album than Appetite for Destruction? If the debate is the legacy of Kiss versus Guns N' Roses, if somebody throws the Appetite for Destruction card on the table, is there, I mean, obviously I think Kiss would be bigger legacy-wise, but is there a better Kiss album than Appetite for Destruction?
Wait a minute. So wait, you just jumped from Pumpkins and Guns, and now you're going Guns and Kiss on a different thing, right?
Well, yeah, because we always have these debates at work. I didn't want to get long-winded. The legacy of Kiss is probably bigger than the legacy of Guns N' Roses. But if the argument is always like, yeah, but they don't have an Appetite for Destruction, not sales-wise, obviously, but do you think personally there's a better Kiss album than Appetite for Destruction?
Well, it's personal taste, right? I mean, there's no right or wrong answer to that. But it's
what
just your own taste. Me, absolutely. I mean, there's 3 or 4 Kiss records that I like over Appetite as a fan. And that's not a slam on Appetite. Appetite is a landmark, incredible, maybe one of the greatest debuts ever. But I think that's also a byproduct of my age, because I grew up with Kiss like if somebody 10 years younger than me grew up with Guns. So for me, Destroyer, Rock and Roll Over, if you're counting live records, Alive, I mean, I'm way more of a, and I'm not saying I'm not a Guns N' Roses fan, but I'm way more of a Kiss fan in terms of how I grew up and what I'm into. And the way those records made a mark on me, because I was like 12, 13 when I heard them. What about you, Mike? How old are you, and where do you land on it?
I'm 47, and I would go with Kiss just because, I mean, I started listening to Kiss in 83, so I'm kind of like in the Jericho realm where it's like they didn't have makeup, and then I had to go back and find it all out. Yeah, you would hate me. I'd put Revenge Era over anything Guns has done.
Well, again, but and Bruce will be here tomorrow, by the way, Mike, so he'd love hearing that. Bruce Kulick is here with me tomorrow. But I got to run, Mike. Thank you. But, I mean, again, Mike just said he's 47. So Mike is 14 years younger than I am. There you go. That puts him in that different era. Now, given that Mike is 47, I would have thought Mike was going to say GNR. And there's no right or wrong answer. But you see my point? It just comes down to your age, what you were exposed to, and where things land. Now, interestingly, Mike is coming from a little bit of a different place there, right? Because Mike is saying that for him, it's actually Kiss. The thing with Guns N' Roses, and I've said it a million times, the body of work is so small for a band that has been around nearly 40 years. I mean, I don't think there's many bands that have as few albums out but do business like Guns N' Roses, are revered like Guns N' Roses. And they've got again, 2-3 records that anybody cares about. It's just that one of those records is so enormous and impactful. Now, Kiss does not have an album. I'm only bringing this comparison up because Mike did. Kiss does not have an album as landmark in terms of sales and impact as Appetite. But they do have several albums that are, look, if you asked me, would I rather right now, if I had to listen to one or two records, would I listen to Appetite or Rock and Roll Over by Kiss? I'd pick Rock and Roll Over. Because of where Kiss sits for me in my life and my history growing up into rock music. But and Kiss doesn't have that record that changed the game. I mean, I guess to some degree you could say Alive, because it was such a template for live records at that time, but it's a live record. In terms of studio records, Kiss does not have anything in their catalog that was a game changer in terms of sales, airplay, success, impact that Appetite is. Not even close. But Kiss also has like a 40 album catalog, when Guns N' Roses has like a 4 album catalog. So it's a totally different playing field. That's an interesting debate, though. It's not something that I would have expected, but it's all good. That's what I'm saying. You never know what the hell, where we're going here, what we're getting into. Tim in Pennsylvania. Go ahead, Tim.
Wow, dude, this is what being on hold does to you. You end up with a notebook full of shit.
Taking notes.
I came in with Frank because I was at that Madison Square Garden show with Bernie Torme.
Oh, is that right?
You and I share a lot of New York area shows in common, including our first Kiss concert. But
hold on, real quick. My first Kiss concert ever, my first concert ever in my life was in 1977. Tomorrow.
Right.
So
Exactly.
48 years ago tomorrow.
The only show that Piper opened, the other two were opened by Detective.
Right. So 77 is what? Yeah, 40. Yeah.
That was my second concert overall. My first being the Jackson 5, which is an entirely different story.
Right. So, yeah. So, because Kiss did 3 nights at Madison Square Garden, December 14, 15, 16. I went to 16. The reason why I remember, of course I remember the date, but the reason why I recognize this is happening, that we're in that window right now, is because Kiss themselves, on whoever does their social media, posted the ad for that 3-night run at Madison Square Garden over the weekend on socials. And what I did not know, I commented on it because what I did not know at the time, I was 13 years old, was that the 14th date was an added show. 15, 16 had been on. So I always was going to 16, which was the third and final night. And that was the night. So yeah, the anniversary of my first ever concert in my life is tomorrow.
Like I said, only my second concert, my first rock concert. And I sat up in the stratosphere with my parents and watched my parents smell pot smoke for 2 hours.
Yep. 48 years ago tomorrow for me. Yeah, I remember that too. I remember, what is that smell in the air? I was up there too. And what at Madison Square Garden was known as Blue Heaven, because the seats were blue and you were so high up. Yep.
Yep. And they were like $750, I think, for that show I saw.
Well, the ad is on Kiss. The ad is on the Kiss social media right now. $750 and $850 were the ticket prices.
Okay, it was $750. Yeah, because I saw that today. That's what reminded me of that too. But
yeah, you can't get a beer for that now. Yeah, crazy.
You can't get anything for that now.
Right.
Okay, so that brings me to the other thing was the to get to the point, the band that you wish you would have seen or could see again. Is it possible to just make something up, an actual lineup of the band, but a show that never happened, but that you think should have happened? And I think you'll be on board with me on this one.
No, I think it's got to be reality, meaning that it you can't mix and match. I think it's got to be a tour that actually happened. Now the members, certain line up a certain period. So some of the members could be deceased and you'd want that lineup, but it's got to be something in reality that actually happened.
Okay, so my only example, well, I have two examples, but the one I'll give you is I was supposed to get a ticket to go see Zeppelin. They were going to do like a short rehearsal kind of thing at West Point at what that was, the hell was it called at that? I forget, but West Point had a concert venue on their campus, and my grandmother, because she lived near there, had tickets, and she said, I don't know who this Zeppelin thing is, do you want these tickets? I said yes. And she said, okay, here. She gave them to me, and in between them announcing it on the West Point campus and the tour potentially starting, Bonham died.
So did that show actually happen? So it didn't happen.
No.
So they canceled it, obviously,
No,
because they canceled everything.
It was going to be the rehearsals for the In Through the Outdoors tour. So it never happened.
Oh, wow. But that wouldn't. So for the purposes of what we're going to do on Wednesday, Tim, and Tim, I'm up against the end here, so I got to run. Thank you. For the purposes of what we're going to do on Wednesday, it's not so much I guess you could say a specific show, but it's more about the lineup. So Tim's answer for Wednesday would be Zeppelin. If there's one show you could see that you didn't see or would like to see again, it's the original lineup. Tim's answer would be very simply the original lineup of Zeppelin. Play Page, Plant, Bonham, Jones. That's it. Now, if you want to get it, when you call, if you want to say, the story Tim told, that's fine. But the answer to what we're looking for Wednesday's show is just Zeppelin. Like for me, if I was to say UFO, I would say the Strangers in the Night lineup of UFO. Paul Raymond, Phil Mogg, Pete Way, Michael Schenker, Andy Parker. Which, by the way, I saw. And I saw in 95 when they reunited. I did not see in like 77 in their prime. So I could say that lineup of UFO, and I would like to do it in 1977 and not 1995. That's it. We'll get into that on Wednesday, but you got time to think about it. Tomorrow, news, calls, and former Kiss guitarist Bruce Kulick hanging with us. A lot to get caught up with BK on tomorrow's show. Let's get right to them. Okay, we are back, and we are hanging on this Thursday and taking your calls. Let's get right to them. We start with Mark in Arizona on line number 1. What's going on, Mark?
Hey, Eddie. Thanks for taking my call. I'm going to be real quick. I'm going to cheat a little bit. I got a Rock and Roll Heaven pick and a one that theoretically could still happen. Rock and Roll Heaven, a Beatles, 1966, 65, because that's the era of Rubber Soul and Help and their music was evolving. And the one that could theoretically still happen, original Guns N' Roses, 87, 88, with Steven and Iggy.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. I appreciate the call. You're right. I mean, an Adler, Izzy, original GNR could absolutely theoretically happen. But do I think it will ever? Probably not. And the reason why is because you see the business that Guns N' Roses have done for the last 10 years without them. And what would it do beyond making me and Mark and others happy? It's just not, when you're already doing arena stadium level business, people are still turning up to that level. Where's the driver to do something you clearly don't want to do? I mean, all reunions happen because they mean more people and more money. And if a band is already doing great amount of people and making great money with whatever lineup that they're currently with, then that's where they're going to stay, because they don't want to deal with whoever's not in the band, obviously, or whoever's not in the band can't do it or doesn't want to do it. There is no reunion in history that has ever happened because it meant less people, less interest, and less money. So you have to look at what the business the band is doing currently, the way they currently are. But again, that's not the top. That's not the criteria. I get that. He's just saying that's what he'd like to see again. But I'm just talking about the viability of it. Let's go to Southern California. Here's Jonathan joining us. Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, as always. How are you?
I'm okay. What's happening?
Not much. I just was thinking about doing this. Like, oh, this is going to be easy. I'll pick AC/DC, something like that. I'm like, no. A band I've seen like 7 times. But I didn't see him on this tour. I was only 13 years old. My brothers were all big Stryper fans. I came from a Christian home, went to a Christian school, and that's the one band we could listen to. So October, we lived in Chicago at the time, and it's October 27, 1988, Rockford, Illinois, Stryper and White Lion. Now, obviously, it would be Mike Tramp's White Lion at this point, but if I could see it with a big production, the only real big production they did, the In God We Trust tour. If I could see that In God We Trust tour that I wanted to see when I was 13 and we didn't have enough money for me to go see, that's what I want to go see.
So that tour was Stryper and White Lion.
White Lion.
What year was that?
That was October 27 of 1988.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. So okay. And thank you for that, Jonathan. Appreciate it. So what you have now, it's just interesting when people shout this stuff out to talk about the viability of it, or even if it's even possible. And in the case of that tour, on paper, it's still possible. Because thankfully, the 4 members of White Lion are still alive, even though only Mike Tramp does the band now. James Lomenzo plays in Megadeth. Greg D'Angelo, I don't think, is currently playing with anybody. And Vito Bratta, as we know, for decades now, has been retired from music. But they're all with us. So that conceivably could happen. And with Stryper, that's still 3/4 original. Tim Gaines is out of the band, but he's still around. So that is something that actually could. Do I think it'll happen? No, because I don't think the original White Lion's ever getting back together. But is it on paper possible? Yeah. Here's Angelo in New Jersey. Hey, Ange.
Good afternoon, Ed. Thanks for taking my call. Before I tell you the band and the lineup I wish I had seen, I can't tell you how excited I am for your annual Merry Christmas radio special on terrestrial radio this weekend. I look forward to it every year.
It's tomorrow.
Ed. Yep, tomorrow. And just wanted to thank you for continuing to do it since as long as I can remember listening to you. It's a blast, and I absolutely love it.
Oh, thanks, man. Enjoy it, Angelo. Thank you.
I appreciate it. All right, so the band and tour I wish I could have seen, Ed, without a doubt. I've had this answer for some 44 years of my life. And I'm talking about the Mighty Van Halen and the Fair Warning Tour of 1981. Never got to see them in their heyday before they split in 85. Still haunts me to this day. I was 10 years old watching those 3 classic videos on MTV. at the Oakland Coliseum. I'm talking about Unchained, So This Is Love, Hear About It Later. Seeing Alex on that monstrous black and white striped kit banging the gong on fire at the end of Unchained. Dave doing that split from the drum riser. Mikey and Ed just wailing away. Without question, I would have loved to have seen that tour in support, in my opinion, of their best album they've ever done. So thank you so much, Ed.
All right, Angelo, thank you. Appreciate it. Yep, I was lucky enough. Now, I don't know how old Angelo is, but I was old enough to have seen Van Halen several times with Roth. My recollection is the first time was Fair Warning. I don't think I saw Women and Children, because Women and Children came out in 80. And, I was still relatively young, 15, 16. I mean, I wasn't going to shows at the clip that I would a couple years later. I'd pick my spots. I was still in high school. My parents aren't, they were cool about me going to stuff, but they were not, they didn't want me out there too much, obviously. But I know for a fact I went to the Fair Warning tour. And, of course, the Diver Down tour and the 1984 tour. But, yeah, I mean, I could see that being a big one for a lot of people who never saw that era and that version of the band. Thanks, Angelo. And what Angelo's referencing is, I've got a weekly terrestrial syndicated show, and every year I do the end of the year, I do 3-hour shows that are just the music of one band. And like 20 years ago, I started doing a show that I called the Kissmas Show, where I play nothing but Kiss from all eras. And it's airing this weekend on the affiliates. So I'll make a post about it. There's a stream link. You can hear it as well. Here's Roger in Virginia. Go ahead, Raj.
Hey, Ed. Good to talk to you. I'm glad your flights home went well. I'm one of the United guys that listen to your show. And
you work for them?
Yesterday I was flying. Yeah. We met in Cancun when you 2024 when you were living one of your.
You're a pilot.
Paradise. Yes.
Yeah. I remember. Yep.
Yeah, I was flying yesterday, so I couldn't call in, but I had to call in with my band that I would love to see live. I'm a fanatical AC/DC fan, and I've seen the band with Brian Johnson 16 times, but I would have been 7 years old when Bon Scott died, so I'd have to say Bon Scott's AC/DC. I was thinking originally maybe 1978 Power Age Tour, but I think I'd go with Highway to Hell because it's just a longer show, so I'd want to just see more of it.
Yeah, well, if you do Highway to Hell, then you're getting all the Bon Scott records. At least, of course, you wouldn't have known that at the time that was going to be the last record with Bon. But, yeah, you've got the whole catalog there to pull from, so that would be a good one.
Yeah. So that's
Roger,
all I got.
You. Appreciate it, man, and fly safe. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
See ya. There's Roger. He's probably flown me a few times if he's a United pilot, because I'm on their planes constantly. And thank you, Roger, for keeping the skies safe. Now, if you can only do something about the horrendous business seats in the new MAX planes, like Roger can do anything about that. I got to make one more flight to hit my status for next year. It's like when you fly as much as I do, that stuff is so important.
No.
Here's Johnny in Delaware. Johnny, what's going on, man?
Hey, Eddie Trunk.
Johnny, You're on the air.
Can you hear me, man?
I hear you loud and clear.
All right. Listen, first of all, before I do my shout out to my death metal friend Richard Christie, I apologize for the last time I was on the air. I was doing drunk calling, and it sucked. And I was asking a question about Eddie Van Halen. I wanted to know if like if Wolfgang had like video of Eddie playing his songs like you see on YouTube all day with all these various people. But my thing is that I would have loved to have seen Van Halen. I never got to see them. Living in upstate New York, there, right outside New York City, right out, with the Poughkeepsie, Civic Center and stuff. I missed out on a lot of stuff, Eddie. But I wish you guys, everybody on the family there, happy Christmas and
you
and
too,
New Year's
Johnny.
and stuff.
You too, man. You too, buddy. Thank you very much. Thank you for the call. Thank you, and have a Merry Christmas to you as well, and to your family as well. We're still here for a few more days before we get to Christmas. So Johnny's pick would be Van Halen once again. Here's Dave in Denver. Hey, Dave, you're on the air.
Eddie, a couple of quick comments on some things you said yesterday. First of all, Wings not being in the Hall of Fame. I think I've figured out why. And I think it's because they were labeled as Paul McCartney and Wings. If you look at their album covers, that's the way they were listed. That could be why that was overlooked. Chew on that.
Okay,
for a
well,
minute.
let me hold on, Dave. Dave, let me throw this back at you then. Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. The E Street Band went in, and so did Bruce. So what about that?
Yeah, that's the other way around, though. I mean, there was Paul McCartney and Wings. Well, I guess you're right. Well, it was Bruce. Yeah. Okay, good
Same
point.
thing.
But I'm just wondering
Yeah.
if that's why it got overlooked. You know what I'm saying? Because Paul McCartney's been in as a solo artist. Maybe they just said, "Oh, Paul McCartney and Wings, he's in," but still not right.
But the Bruce argument just blows that out of the water, though, because Bruce was exactly the same thing. Bruce went in under just as Bruce Springsteen, and then the same year that Kiss went in, they put in the E Street Band as a separate thing. So it would be the same scenario. McCartney's there, and now the band goes in, Wings.
Well,
Right.
that shoots my whole theory out of the water. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying your theory's crazy. I'm just saying though that it doesn't wash. But then again, when you look at the Hall of Fame, they'll make the rules up as they go along in terms of who's in, who's not in, who from what band is in. I mean, it's random, so you never know. But there's an answer to that, and it would be Springsteen easily.
Right. Okay. Well, the second thing I wanted to comment on that you talked about yesterday and today is the Kiss Alive box set, which I don't think you've listened to yet, but I highly recommend you do. I think you will be pleasantly surprised at some of the Easter eggs that are in the live stuff. And if you listen to Kiss Alive like I've listened to Kiss Alive for 50-plus years, you'll know what I'm talking about. And it's really kind of neat, and it's really special to listen to it. And
give me a couple. Dave. I clicked around on it a little bit, but I've not listened to it all the way through. Give me an example of one or two of these.
Rock Bottom rehearsal sessions. You listen to that, you'll know exactly why I had you listen to it. I can't explain it any other way. It's you have heard it before. That's all I can tell you. It's really that cool.
The Alive box set, is that the one that they have the blues jam on?
Possibly. I don't remember a blues jam. I just remember listening to like they have the second set from Davenport, which absolutely blows my mind that they did two sets in one night. Where did they come up with the physical endurance to do that? I have no idea. It's just you got to listen to it all the way through. You will hear things on there, and you'll scratch your head at the end of it and go, wow, maybe Kiss Alive was alive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I will definitely dig more into it. I spent more time, and thank you, Dave. I spent more time with the Dress to Kill box set. It's just weird because there's like an overlap between the two. It's odd to me. It's still odd that they did two separate box sets. They could have really consolidated everything in one. But if there's a way to make you buy something twice, nobody is going to do that more than Kiss. But what I mean by that is Alive was recorded on the Dress to Kill tour. So we got a Dress to Kill box set with Cobo Hall and all that. Then we got an Alive box set. They could have easily just done the Alive box set with all of those concerts in there and then just thrown in Dress to Kill studio record, which is like a 28-minute record, and be done with it. But they separated it so you've got like, but I'm answering my own question. Obviously, it's another way to resell you stuff over again or space it out a little bit as two separate items, as two different purchases. But I did listen to a good amount of it, and I probably know what he's talking about, but I don't, obviously not going to do it now, but I will check it out. To me, the most amazing thing in listening to those two box sets was how raw it was, which I loved. But the Cobo Hall show, which is in Dress to Kill, they open with Rock Bottom. And they actually did that. It was the only time they ever did that. That's crazy. Such a weird choice there. And how they would have done the endurance, had the endurance to do two shows in one day. Well, they were in their early 20s. And yeah, even though a Kiss show was pretty demanding on any age, given what they were wearing and jumping around and all that, yeah, those guys were, I mean, they were all in their early mid-20s at that time. Here's Ricky in St. Louis. What's up, Rick?
Hey, Eddie. How's it going?
I'm good, man.
Hey, so just chiming in about the bands I wish I could have seen. This one's a little bit wishful thinking because my band is Aerosmith. Now, I'm 31. I unfortunately never got to see Aerosmith. I was just too young the last time they came around to St. Louis, and they really haven't done any large-scale touring in a long time, so being so young, traveling was not really an option. That being said, I'd love to see Aerosmith, and I hold out hope that maybe we could get one final Aerosmith show, but I just don't know. I know it's been a big talking point on the show this year. If I had to pick, obviously I'd love to see them with Joey Kramer back on drums, but if they do play again, I don't see that happening. But just Aerosmith in some configuration, even if it's just Steven, Joe, Brad, and Tom. They're one of my favorite bands, and I was supposed to see them on the Peace Out tour, and we all know what happened there. So that would be my pick.
Yeah, well, Ricky, I'm with you on that. I would love that as well. I agree that it's highly unlikely Joey Kramer would be a part of it. I mean, he'd maybe be able to do a song or two, but as a full show, no, he's had health issues and he is pretty much not playing. So unfortunately, I don't see that being the case. The other four with John Douglas, who was subbing for Joey in the end there, is... the X factor there, the question mark there is clearly Steven. And there's a great concern because they have already done some shows or tried to do shows. And thanks, Ricky. They've, as you mentioned, the Peace Out tour came down after one or two shows. A bunch of Vegas residency dates were canceled. That is extraordinarily expensive on the promoter, on the band members, when you end up canceling tours and shows at that level. And I don't think, from what I've been told, that as great as Tyler sounds in these spurts, doing a couple songs here and there, getting up, back to the beginning, he was mind-blowing. I mean, I remember watching back to the beginning, him singing a whole lot of love, and I'm like, when are they booking the tour? Tyler's back to being Tyler. But when I talked to more people about it, they said, yeah, but it's not sustainable. Nobody is going to place a bet that he can do that for multiple shows on a tour. And to me, the only way it happens is if they did it on a small level, you know, like an underplay situation, right? Go into a theater, simple stage setup, just some amps, drum kit, special thing. And this way, if that ends up getting canceled for whatever reason, it's not the end of the world as far as the overhead is concerned. But from what I've been told by more than one person, yeah, he's amazing for 3-4 songs, but then there's a concern that he's not going to make it through the whole show because of the vocal issues that he's had, and then that's when it falls apart. That's why I mentioned to Youngblood when he was on with us last week, this scenario that I think a couple of you guys floated out there to me, of it, having him almost be like a backup singer, an assist to Tyler. Kind of like do what they did on the record. Now, look, as much as I'm rooting for this kid Youngblood, and it was great having him on the show, that's not Aerosmith to me, though. You know, I want Aerosmith, and I don't want to hear anybody singing but Tyler. It's just like with this EP. Smart move for Youngblood, smart move for Aerosmith. But to me, this is not an Aerosmith record by any stretch. First of all, I don't think Brad or Tom had anything to do with it. And secondly, you know, you got another guy singing there with Steven. I mean, if it's an Aerosmith record, I want at least some songs with just Tyler singing. So you can see that you know, they're kind of putting a toe in the water a little bit, but making a big move and a big commitment, whether it's recording or touring, it's just kind of dabbling around the edges right now. Where that leads, who knows? Problem that he has working against him is obviously age. So, you know, the only way I would see it happening, rent out some theater in Boston for a few nights, say we're doing our final shows in the city where it all started. And, you know, hopefully he can do 90 minutes and maybe you have a Youngblood there in support or something, and then he comes out, does a song or two, gives Steven a blow. Maybe something like that. Next month is the Steven Tyler charity event, Janie's Fund, which I went to last year. And I saw Steven. I said hello to him. And so the Janie's Fund thing, which is a great charity, by the way, the one 2 years ago, he did not sing at all. He played drums. The one I went to this past January, he did sing 4 or 5 songs, but he had Nuno Betancourt up there with him also doing some singing, and I forget somebody else. He had like duets pretty much with everybody. So this year, it'll be interesting to see what he's able to do at that. And that's coming up a little over a month away. Now, I don't know if I'm going to it again or not, but that'll be the next kind of test, if you will, from him as to how much he can do. But yeah, I'm all in. Look, I mean, I would love to see it one last time. It's February 1st, Joel just told me, the Jam for Janie. And it's in LA, and it's for the Janie's Fund charity. You can buy tables. It's quite expensive, but there's a lot of celebrities and a lot of music, and you watch the Grammys. It's the night of the Grammys. So you go in there, if you buy a table or you're at somebody's table, they show the Grammys on the screens, which, in LA start at 5:00 or something like that. They serve dinner. And then when the Grammys are over, which is like 3 hours, then the live music starts. And that's when Tyler gets up and makes a speech about the charity, and then brings out a band and starts jamming. Usually it's Matt Sorum. Last year it was Nuno. They had the Black Crowes one year. It's a great event. And it goes late. And then afterwards they bring up an In-N-Out truck, and you can hang out there all night and drink and eat In-N-Out and all that. It's a long event. So if you got some money and you want to make a nice donation and have a nice night, you might want to look into that. You can find more about that online, of course, for All for Charity. All right, let's do a break. When we come back, we'll continue talking to you, see what else we get into here. It's, getting towards the end of the year here. We are live today. We are live tomorrow. And we are live next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, right through Christmas Eve, as we continue kind of winding down the year, talking to you about anything you want. Early next week on those 3 live shows, it's going to be a lot of year-end stuff. Want to get some year-end thoughts from you as well. You can hit me with that. Start thinking about that. Today, we're getting a lot on the one band that you could see again if you could see any band from any era. That's all good, and we'll continue on anything you want right after this on Trunk Nation. Hanging with you guys on a Thursday and talking rock music. Let's dive right back in on the phones. Brendan is in New Jersey, and he's up next. Hey, Brendan.
Hey, Eddie. Looking forward to tonight at Dingbats, man.
Oh, we'll see you there. Should be fun.
Yeah, cool. So, I was late yesterday. I didn't have a chance to. I would like to see, if I could go back in time, the Blizzard of Oz tour that they did in England with the original recording band in 1980. That would be the one that I'd like to go back to see.
So with Lee Kerslake and Bob Daisley.
Yep.
Yeah, I never saw that either. Well, I never saw Randy, but yeah, there wasn't much from that though, Brendan. I think that was only in England, right? They never played America with that lineup, I don't think.
Yeah, it was a couple months in England, and I did hear a bunch of the bootlegs that they had from those shows, and the band is on fire. I mean, it must have been incredible to be there in person in those theaters to see that.
Yeah, and look, as much as I love Tommy Aldridge and Rudy Sarzo, it really sucks that most of the people in the world think that the first 2 Ozzy records have those guys playing on them, and they don't. And it's just, the world thinks that for the most part, and it just sucks that they do, because Daisley and Kerslake just never got the credit they deserve for not only being a part of making those records, but also writing on those records.
I couldn't agree more with you, man. It's those records are incredible, and thanks especially for the shout out whenever, for the Bob and Lee shout outs that you do, because they really deserve so much more.
Yeah, I always do that, and thanks, Brendan. We'll see you later on tonight in Jersey. I always say that, I always do that because just people don't know. It's the same thing like the other day we talked about yesterday. Somebody called in and said that they would have loved to have seen the Whitesnake 87 with Sykes, but that actually never happened. So that's not something that ever took place. There was never a tour for Whitesnake 87 with the people who actually played on the record. That never happened. But that's the same deal. 98% of the general public have no idea that the 87 record is not the people that they see in the Still of the Night video, besides David Coverdale. And the same thing with the Ozzy thing. Now, with the Ozzy thing, it's a little different because it was earlier in the 80s and it was before MTV. So there really aren't any videos from those first two albums. If you think about it, there aren't at all now that I think about it. There are no videos, like actual music videos made for either Diary or Blizzard, right? Because 80, 81, there was no MTV yet. But that's kind of odd because there are videos for Bohemian Rhapsody. There's videos for Rock and Roll All Night. I mean, bands did make music videos before MTV. But they would send them to like news outlets. They would use them for promotion in certain areas on like on TV. They would give them to Don Kirshner's rock concert or something, and they would show them there. But they weren't nearly as prominent. But, you know, we all know that music videos did exist before MTV, but they didn't really take off until MTV came around. But yeah, there is nothing from either record as an official music video. I know after the fact, there was a video put together for Crazy Train, but that was more done for the live tribute record, and that was not done at the time that Blizzard was made. My point in saying that is that the 87 Whitesnake record came out at the height of MTV. So you saw Is This Love, Here I Go Again, Still the Night, nonstop. And you saw Vivian Campbell, Adrian Vandenberg, Rudy Sarzo, Tommy Aldridge. So there was an immediate association. Oh, those are the guys we're listening to playing on this song. No, you're not. With the Ozzy situation, it was buried even more because you didn't even have videos. It was different because there weren't music videos. There was no MTV at the time. So even I think tons of people have no idea that Lee Kerslake and Bob Daisley, along with Randy and Ozzy, made those records. They think Rudy Sarzo did. They think Tommy Aldridge did. And that's no slight on Rudy or Tommy. It's just the truth. That's interesting if you think about it. Tommy Aldridge is part of both of those. Tommy Aldridge, everybody thinks he played on Whitesnake 87. He didn't. Everybody thinks he played on Diary and Blizzard. He didn't. I just figured that out. There's the connection there on both of them. And lastly, what's really a bummer about the Ozzy situation is, as I mentioned at the time that Ozzy passed away, that of the people who actually made Diary and Blizzard, there's only one person left alive. And that's Bob Daisley. Here is John, and he's joining us from Tennessee today on Trunk Nation. Hi, John. Yo, I clicked on John, and then John went away. Let's go to Don, who's joining us from Long Island, New York. Hey, Don.
Hey, Ed. Thanks for taking my call. And I was just a little too young for this tour, but, man, I regret it. We're seeing all the kids coming into school with the T-shirts the next day. That was the Black Sabbath Blue Oyster Cult tour.
Black and Blue.
Dude, Blue Oyster Cult had a hit with Burning for You, and that's the first time I heard Sabbath was with Dio, Heaven and Hell, and Tony Iommi was masterful on that record. Masterful. Children of the Sea, play it now. Play it now.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, Heaven and Hell was my first Sabbath record, and won it on the boardwalk in New Jersey, and then I went back and got We Sold Our Souls. Matter of fact, I just saw on social media Tony Iommi posted it was the anniversary of the release date of We Sold Our Souls, and I commented on it. It was on X because We Sold Our Souls was the second Sabbath record I ever got. Because I had gotten Heaven and Hell, and then I wanted to hear samples of the rest of the catalog. And of course, We Sold Our Souls was basically a greatest hits record. So it was a good way to get an overview of what they had done previous. So yeah, it was some anniversary from the release date when We Sold Our Souls came out. But yeah, I didn't see the Black and Blue tour. That was Blue Oyster Cult and Black Sabbath on that tour. There's been much written about it. There's been much talked about with it. But I never saw that one either. But killer double bill, without a doubt. Thank you for that, Don. How about we go to Jimmy? Jimmy is in Ohio today. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, Eddie Trunk, validating our youth. This might not meet your criteria, but it's the tour that never happened, and you don't have to talk much about it, but not many people know Army of Anyone. I know I've brought it up to you before, but the tour that never happened that I would have loved to have seen. And then if you have time, I have a question about Ace.
Jimmy, I know you're talking about, I interviewed them at the time. Did they ever do live shows, ever?
Not that I know of. I figured you would know better than I did.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I interviewed them for TV on VH1 Classic before that metal show. It was when that record came out. It probably would have ran 05, 06, 04, something around there. And if you don't know who that band is that Jimmy's talking about, it was the DeLeo brothers from Stone Temple Pilots. It was Ray Luzier on drums, and was it Richard Patrick on vocals?
Yes, from Filter.
Filter, right. And they did one record. It was kind of like a super group for the time. Didn't go anywhere. And I don't know if they ever played live shows or not. I was at a festival a few years back. Stone Temple was on it. Filter was on it. And Korn was on it. And Ray Luzier plays in Korn now. And I was joking with those guys. Come on, Army of Anyone reunion. Let's go. Let's do a song.
I remember you saying that, but yeah, I don't believe they ever played any shows because the record did, and it's such a great record, and it didn't do any good.
You know, I have to go back and listen to that record. I couldn't name you a song on it. I don't remember what it sounded like, but I did do something with them at the time. I probably have it somewhere, but is it on streaming?
You know what? I don't know. I'm old school like you. I still like the physical media, but the reason I like it so much, I love the DeLeo brothers, but I'm so drawn to Richard Patrick's voice from Filter, and he actually sings very melodically on this album as opposed to the screaming of Filter, which I love too. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. That record just strikes a chord in my heart. Do you have time for a question about Ace?
Yeah. People really love that record, and I've heard more and more people talk about it recently, and I got to dig it out and listen to it because it's been a good 20 years, but I always bring that up to those guys. I have to go check it out. Yeah, go ahead, Jimmy.
Yep, the tour that never was. Hey, did Ace, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but did Ace ever have his moment of, I don't know, retribution, talking to you as a friend, like, hey, you know, my solo record, his solo record was obviously the best of all of them. It had the only hit. Did he ever have that satisfaction, like, behind the scenes? I know he never came out in public and razzed those guys about it, but behind the scenes, did he ever razz those guys about, you know, hey, my record was the best, it did the best?
Oh, Jimmy, he did it behind the scenes, and he did do it publicly. Absolutely, he brought it up a lot of times. When he was in a beef with those guys, he would often say, he's like, yeah, my record sold the most. I was the only one that had a hit. My record, everyone says, is the best. So, yeah, he was very public about that.
That's awesome. I never saw it in public, and I figured you saw it behind the scenes, but that's cool. I'm glad he got his moment of satisfaction.
Yeah, no. He was, and thanks, Jimmy. He dropped that when the time was right publicly, no problem. I mean, he was very proud of that record, rightfully so. And he would always, when those guys would pound on him about being unreliable, being a fuck up, all these things, he would always be like, yeah, well, let's look at 78. Whose record did the best? Whose was the best? He would always pull that card. He had no problem pulling it. He actually didn't do it much off, like, behind the scenes. You know, behind the scenes, Ace was a way more humble guy. He was just kind of like, yeah, you know, people, you know, say I influenced them. That's cool. You know, I don't know, buddy. Whatever. You know, he's kind of that kind of disposition. But if he got angry with Gene and Paul about them trying to diminish him or, you know, which let's be honest, they did for decades, you know, pulling out the drugs, the alcohol, and keep playing that, pounding them with that over and over again, he would fire back and no problem publicly. Many times. But behind the scenes, you know, I was with him so many times where people would meet him and just be like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm meeting you. You're my favorite guitar player, is such an influence on me, or whatever. He would just be like, cool, thank you, you know. He had that one great quote. Well, he had a lot of great quotes, but this was not with me, but this was in print somewhere with someone. One of my favorite quotes that he said was, if I would have realized when I was young, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he said, if I would have realized when I was young that I was going to influence so many guitar players, I probably would have practiced more. Because that's the other thing. He'd be the first person to tell you that he was sloppy, he was self-taught, he was just didn't take lessons, he just kind of figured it out on his own. But I think that's part of the reason for the charm, you know, that's what made him unique. Sometimes some of the best guitar players are not necessarily the most technically accomplished. Like Bruce Kulick was saying the other day when he was on with us on Tuesday, so many guitar players get obsessed with the tone of the guitar, the way somebody can make their guitar sound and how they're doing it. Cables, pedals, amps, the type of guitar, all that. And sure, some of that goes into it. But as Bruce said, and as John Sykes once said to me, and as Ace once said to me, there are intangibles that no equipment can replicate that makes a guitar player sound a certain way, and that's their hands. And that's true. That's something that, you know, not enough people say or realize. Let's go to Cincinnati. Here's Dave joining us right now. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Eddie. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure, Dave. Thanks for making it. What's going on?
Yeah. Now, I saw this tour 8 times, and every time it was just that good that I had to go see him in the next city. Metallica for the And Justice tour. You could not touch them back then. And when you added Jason to it, the way he ran around and everything, what he added to it, even though you couldn't hear him on the CD, you know, there's no denying that he was right there with them.
So even though you saw that show 8 times, 9 times, that's still the show that if you could go see it again, go see it at any time, one more time, that's still the one to go a 9th time.
That is correct. Just because it was that good at that point in time. When that first came out and when Injustice came out, it was like leaps and bounds above everything that was going on at the time, and it was just spot on. It was like almost the perfect album except for the bass. And when you got Jason there,
it was also the biggest stage production. It was, for its time, it was pretty groundbreaking production, right? With the statue crumbling and all of that. The production, the stage set was like, that was pretty, for that time, that was pretty next level.
Yeah, I had not seen anything on that level like that at the time. And I was 18, 19 at the time. So it was just at that time in my life also.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing when you think about it. And thank you, Dave. That's really when Metallica went to the next level. Because Master of Puppets started out, they were still an opening act. Even though Puppets took off, Metallica with Puppets was still an opening act initially. But and Justice was the first time they went out and started and headlined the whole way. That was that was the first album cycle where there was no more opening for anybody. And then they come out in arenas, big stage production, new member with Jason, unfortunately, because of tragic circumstances. But the other amazing thing is if you think about it, is Metallica ascended to that level. And they still did not have anything close to resembling a hit single. They still barely got any radio airplay. This was, now you hear the song Master of Puppets on the radio. You didn't then. Metallica was still very much hardcore metal, not a radio band, did not cross into that realm. They didn't even make a music video on the first 3 records. So they weren't even getting MTV because they had no video. They finally made their first video for And Justice, of course, for 1. But that was really where they went up a huge step on the ladder in terms of awareness, in terms of attendance, draw, production, presentation, everything. And of course, they did it with a record that is massively non-commercial. And Justice has got 10-minute song on it and nothing at all like a single. And they rose to that level off of that. 1 video, album 4, basically the progressive metal record, controversial mix, new band member, and they go to that level. That's insane. But they had laid that groundwork on those previous 3 records. And then finally MTV starts kicking in and showing 1. And then, of course, next album, pretty much responsible for them being one of the biggest bands in the world today. And then that was a total 180. Shorter songs, new producer, ballad, radio galore. And without question, that whole thing, for as controversial as that was at the time among the hardcore base, is exactly the reason why they are what they are today. So the hardcore fans can bitch about it all they want, and some of them still do. But it's a problem that just about any band would chop their leg off to have a record so big that you do stadiums around the world. The few people that fell off because of it, oh well, we gained 1,000 times more. It was funny, at the Dio Bowling a couple weeks ago, we're taking pictures on the red carpet. I'll share this with you. It's nothing, just funny. We're taking pictures on the red carpet, me and Nuno. And Nuno says to me, he goes, oh, let's get out of here. Let's get upstairs. There's a private bar upstairs that's not very private. Everybody was up there too, but he's like, there's people on the red carpet asking everyone questions, and some of them are reputable people. Some of them are honestly kids with podcasts or whatever and it's just a weird mix whenever you do stuff like that, of people who are legit journalists and people still just trying to figure it out, let's say. And Nuno was like, come on, let's just get out of here because there are people badgering him. And I said, yeah, let's go up the stairs. There's a bar up there. And as we're walking, somebody stopped Nuno and said something to him like, hey, Nuno, can I ask you a couple questions, for whatever, Jimmy's Backroom podcast or whatever the hell it was. So Nuno stops, and the guy's question was, I was just standing there because I was waiting for him. And the guy's question to him was like something to the degree of, how bad did the success of More Than Words hurt you? And I see Nuno just like dumbfounded. And I'm standing right there, and he looks at me and goes, did you hear that? I said, yeah. And he looks back at the guy and goes, dude, what are you talking about? He goes, well, it was a ballad. And he goes, dude, it's a top 10 hit single. He's like, how would that hurt me? Because do you realize what it means to have written and sang on a song that's heard every day, that's a massive hit? It's like, what do you mean? Well, it's not, it was different than. And Nuno just laughed and shook his head and looked at me and goes, let's get to the bar. Now, I knew where the guy was coming from because there is a two-edged sword to that, because it pigeonholed Extreme as being this ballad band when they're not. But it was the way that it was phrased, as if he should be apologetic for a song that to this day is so loved. It was just so funny. You had to see his face, because I'm a couple feet away waiting for him to answer the question, and just see his face change. He looks at me, he goes, did you hear that? I said, yeah. He's just like, what the fuck? Let's go get a drink. Let's go to Arizona. Get Paul in here on Trunk Nation. Go ahead, Paul.
Hey, sorry. Hey, thanks for taking the call, brother. I just wanted to make a couple points real quick. First thing, I would love to have seen Coverdale era Deep Purple.
With Glenn Hughes?
Yeah, with Glenn Hughes.
Okay, and with here's the other one for you, with Blackmore or Tommy Bolin?
No, with Blackmore. I love the Taste the Band record. I mean, I just love Deep Purple, period. Blackmore is one of my favorite guitar players of all time. I always watch the California Jam footage, where Blackmore had the meltdown. And
I came across a video, a concert on YouTube a couple days ago. I just logged in, and the algorithm takes your life away because it starts showing you stuff, and that takes hours out of your day if you keep clicking. And a concert loaded up when I logged into YouTube a couple days ago. Rainbow, Long Live Rock and Roll Tour, live in Germany.
I watched that one as well, brother, a couple weeks ago.
Cozy Powell on drums, Ronnie singing. Unbelievable.
Daisley. Speaking of your boy Daisley.
Daisley on bass, and the keyboard player is a guy named Stone. David Stone.
Yeah.
Greg something
David
Stone, yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy great.
Yeah. Amazing. But just that, the Coverdale era, I mean, I love all Deep Purple, but the Coverdale era, I just like the a little more bluesiness about it, or whatever it is, But
it was different. It was different. It was different because you had Ian Gillan out, and then you had Coverdale and Glenn Hughes doing all that vocal stuff, trading off. So it's a totally different dynamic. But I understand what you're saying. I mean, very, very, very different versions of the band, but also great. I would agree with you.
And if I can make one more point, brother, just because you were talking, as far as Kissmas goes, the first concert I ever saw was Kiss on Creatures of the Night tour. I had gotten the tickets for Christmas one year. And, to your point about Piper, the first live band I ever saw was Night Ranger, who opened up for Kiss on that tour.
Yeah, I know Night Ranger did dates. Motley did some dates. The Plasmatics did some dates. They had some different openers along that Creatures tour from what I remember.
Yeah, probably, yeah. I'm just saying the first time I ever saw it, was Night Ranger.
Paul, where did you,
incredible.
Was that in Arizona?
No, I grew up in Michigan. So there was a small place north of Flint, where I grew up, Saginaw, and they had a minor league hockey team up there. So it was a small arena. And, so Kiss, because I remember you saying that, Kiss weren't doing major markets on that tour because they weren't selling tickets. And even this small place we had went to was probably half full, if you were looking at the main floor, which back then was still standing, you could just go down there and stand.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you because and thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. Because the Creatures of the Night tour for Kiss, for those that don't know, amazing record in retrospect. People love it now. It's regarded as one of the greats, and it is. But it was a disaster in terms of a tour. Because when the record came out in 82, it did not sell. They're coming off of Dynasty, the disco record, Unmasked, the pop record, The Elder, the failed orchestrated concept record. They had decimated their rock fan base, their metal fan base, decimated it. They had all abandoned them. So Creatures as a record was an answer to all that and maybe the heaviest Kiss record. But it was going to take more than one heavy Kiss record and more than one quick turnaround and more than billing yourself, as they did at the time, as the loudest band in the world to get your rock base back. The damage had been so severely done from those previous three records to the rock base that nobody went to that tour. And they would play, as Paul just said, and anyone else that went, in most places, like most, not every, but probably 90%, they were going into arenas and drawing 1,000, 2,000 people, if that. It was so bad, they didn't play the New York market on that tour. Their home market, they did not play a show in. And that's why I didn't see that tour, because they never played here. And I knew, I've told this story before, I knew that they weren't playing even back then. And I was doing a road trip, going to do a road trip with my friends to Worcester, Mass, because that was the closest they were coming to the New York, New Jersey market. Bought tickets. We're about to drive up there. It was around the end of the year, and my appendix burst 2 days before. Landed me in the hospital for like a month, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. My friends went. I obviously didn't. But they never played New York on that tour. Let's say hello to Lawrence, joining us from New Jersey today. Hi, Lawrence.
What's up, Ed? Happy holidays to you and all your listeners. Man, I've been racking my brain because there's like a million shows, but I think I kind of narrowed it down to one. But maybe you can correct me, because I don't know if they ever played, if they ever toured, even did a live show. I'm going to go with the Power Station. And again, about that, I think I was maybe 11, maybe 10, 11, 12 when the record came out. And I could not believe, once I found out, that half of the band were two members that were in Duran Duran. Because the Duran Duran was a pop, it was a synth band. But then when I just could, again, I'm a young kid not realizing that the musicians are way deep in an audience, that they could be very eclectic. It just blew my mind. It's like, those guys are in Duran. I just could not believe it. But again, maybe you can correct me. I don't know if that original line of Tony Thompson, with Robert Palmer and John Antetta, if they ever toured or if they even ever played any live gigs. I'll take your comments. And again, happy holidays to you and yours.
Thank you, Lawrence. You as well. They did, from what I remember, the Power Station did shows with Robert Palmer. I don't know if they were in America or not, but there was a brief run of dates. Then Robert Palmer left the band. And I think it was Live Aid, maybe, where they ended up playing, and Michael DeBar joined the band as the replacement for Robert Palmer. Michael DeBar, who's been on this show and, of course, is over on Little Steven's channel, Michael DeBar was on to promote, he was on with us a couple years ago to promote a band he had that once opened for Kiss called Detective. And they had a reissue at the time a couple years ago. And we talked to Michael about this. But Michael DeBar was the primary singer in the Power Station after Robert Palmer left. But I do believe that Robert Palmer did do a run of dates before he bailed. I don't know if it was in the U.S. or not, though. But I also agree with him completely about the Power Station, because I was the same way. I was like, Duran Duran's going to be a pop record. And then I heard it, and I'm like, this is pretty kick-ass. That's still an amazing sounding record, that first Power Station record. And Tony Thompson, insane drummer, sadly passed away. And I remember, because I was working in a record store when that came out, I had hopes for that to be a rock record a little bit, because I don't remember if it was before or after the Power Station record, but Andy Taylor, the guitar player in Duran Duran, he put out a solo record. If I remember correctly, the record was called Thunder. It was under his own name, but the name of the album was Thunder. And I remember we used to play that in the record store, and it rocked. It had guitar solos on it. I was like, this is pretty good. I'm like, wait a minute. If this guy has this in him and he brings this to this band, we could have a really cool record here. And that's exactly what ended up happening. By the way, the Power Station debut album, I think early next year, is getting a deluxe reissue. They're doing an expanded, remastered box set on the whole thing. And I think in it is a live concert, but I'm pretty sure it's with Michael DeBar singing. Let's go to Canada, Vancouver. Here's Mike joining us. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Ed. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, the show's been great. Bruce Kulick interview was awesome. And, you're talking about interview of the year. I got to say that that Tony Iommi interview after the Aussie tribute was probably your best interview of the year. I thought that was fantastic. Tony spilling some stuff. So just in regards to new stuff, I heard scuttlebutt on my algorithm that Rush might be coming out with a new album in January or in the new year, and I think that would be awesome. My only problem would be the lyrics. Like, Neil's lyrics were such a big part of Rush for me, so I don't know if they could dig up some old lyrics. That would be awesome, but I don't know. That's going to be my one issue, is the lyrics on a new Rush record. Also,
well, Mike, let me jump in right there. Yeah. I have heard nothing about a new Rush album, so I don't know where you're hearing that, but I've heard nothing about new music, and I'd be shocked if that was the case, especially before they tour, because they very much position this tour as a tribute to Neil as well, and to promote new music that Neil would have had nothing to do with, unless he wrote lyrics that they've been sitting on. Then yeah. I don't see that happening. I see this being more about a retro celebration. I'd be shocked if there was new music. But then again, I was completely shocked that they're touring. So,
yeah, I'm not on any message board, so it's just something that popped up in my algorithm. But you know what? Maybe they could do like a cassette, a CD single like they did with BU2B or whatever. But anyway, that's it's about my my show that I missed, Ed. So you know what? You were so many great stuff calls have come in. That Van Halen Women and Children First tour. Their first show was in Victoria, a little town next door in Vancouver. So their second show on that Women and Children's First tour was in Vancouver. I saw that. So love that. Then Ozzy and Motorhead played a little arena in Vancouver, shut down the arena after that in an expensive part of town. So the neighborhood said no more shows at the Kerrisdale Arena. That was Ozzy Motorhead. I missed that show. But doing research, you know, I always wanted to see Queen. Thin Lizzy, big miss. But Queen and Thin Lizzy played a show in Vancouver in March of 1977. It was a little before my time, but you know, I always thought it was 1980 when Queen was on the Hot Space, and I was sad because I figured Thin Lizzy was on the Thunder and Lightning tour, but that wasn't it. It was a 1977 tour. So I'm picking that as the show I would have loved to have seen. Loved Phil so much, and you know, to see that show would have been great. You know when you have your buddies and their older brothers take them to shows, and you're like, they go, "Hey, you want to come to that show?" And you don't go, and then you go, "Why didn't I go to that show?" Ridiculous, man. But I've seen so many shows, Ed, and I'm kind of in your wheelhouse, but I appreciate it.
Yeah,
so great. Such a great show.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Yeah, that could be a whole nother show, by the way. Shows that you could have gone to or were supposed to go to and you didn't, and you're kicking yourself for it. That's a whole nother call-in. For easily. I never saw Thin Lizzy with Phil Lynott. I saw Thin Lizzy with Sykes and Gorham, and that was amazing, by the way. It's not Thin Lizzy. It can't be Thin Lizzy without Phil, but it was great versions of Thin Lizzy songs. I saw them do that a couple times. One time they had the drummer Michael Lee with them, who had played with Page and Plant. It was amazing. One time they had Brian Downey with them. And Sykes singing and playing guitar with Gorham. That was an amazing, that was great. There's a Thin Lizzy live record with that lineup. It's called, I think it's called One Night Only or One Night Live. And for what it is, it's great. It's not Phil, and Phil had died. But if you want to hear Sykes and Gorham just ripping through the Thin Lizzy catalog live, I recommend it. It's really, really good. I think Marco Mendoza might play bass on it. You got to take it for what it is. It is not and cannot be Thin Lizzy without Phil Lynott. But for what it is, it's great. And to his point about Queen, I only saw Queen with Freddie once. It was on the Hot Space tour. It was at Madison Square Garden, 1980. 81. I was in high school, and I'll be honest with you, I went because Billy Squier was the opening act, and I was and am a huge Billy fan. And of course, I stayed and watched Queen, but the reason why I was not that into Queen is if you know anything about Queen at that time, Hot Space was not a good record. And Hot Space was when Queen really started going into disco, dance, pop world. It was not guitar driven. It was not like their earlier stuff. That was at that time, 79, 80, 81, where all these rock bands were dabbling in pop disco stuff. And Queen were absolutely doing it at that time. So it was not the Queen that, you know, I would have loved to have seen, but just age-wise, that's what I got. At least I saw one show with Freddie. So much good stuff here, you guys. So much good stuff, man. 2 days of this, and it's just amazing. And lines are still jammed, people wanting to get through. So we definitely touched a nerve, which is great. Appreciate all your calls. Appreciate you listening. I will be back live tomorrow to wrap up the week, as usual, getting started at 3 o'clock Eastern. It is officially a Free-for-All Friday tomorrow. First Friday in 3 weeks. We haven't had a guest, so it's going to be you on the phones again. Anything you want to hit me with, more of this, anything, it's all good. I'll talk to you then. And we'll continue in this mode on Monday, coming off the weekend. We will, of course, start live as usual at 3 o'clock Eastern time. And we will welcome your calls and news and whatever we have to recap off the weekend. We'll all get into that on Monday. And then Tuesday of next week, Bruce Kulick in studio. Of course, former Kiss guitarist Bruce was part of the Kiss Vegas event with his own band, also played a couple songs with Kiss at that, and most recently also attended the Kennedy Center. So we haven't had Bruce on in a while. Always good to talk to him and have him on the show.
Also, I didn't get to mention it, since you are talking about Bruce, it is his birthday today.
Oh, is it?
Yes, indeed. So text him, wish him a happy birthday.
I am going to do that for sure. And he's a listener as well, so we'll say it on the air as well. Happy birthday, Bruce Kulick. Good on him. I'm glad you told me that. I didn't see that when I was going through my notes before I started. So Bruce will be sitting in with me on Tuesday, and we'll take calls and we'll talk to him about whatever you guys want to talk about. Of course, Bruce played on so many Kiss records in the 80s and into the early 90s, and was in the band through the Unplugged thing right up until the reunion in 96, and still very much active with Kiss activities when they come up. So always good to spend some time with BK, and he will return to the program next Tuesday. And may be our final guest of the year, possibly. I mean, nothing else on the docket right now, and by the time we get there, we're already in mid-December. It could be done as far as guests, but we're not done with shows. We are going to be live right through Christmas Eve with live shows. And then Christmas Day through January 5th, we get a break. So you'll get best ofs in that period, but live the rest of the way. So even those days without guests, we'll have a lot to do on the air with you guys, a lot of phone time, and we'll do some year-end stuff as well. All right, let's get to the phones. Our first caller is in Houston today. It's Brent joining us. Hi, Brent.
Hey, how are you today?
I'm good, man.
Good. I was just going to give a quick concert review. Got a chance to catch Joe Bonamassa for the first time right about a month ago, I guess. Haven't had a chance to call in, but I saw him at the Houston Hobby Center here just after coming off vacation to Hawaii. So it was a great way to return and catch some great blues rock. He was awesome.
Yeah, it's a killer band. He's great. You know, the whole band is great, and I really want to go see Joe. You know, I say that because I've seen Joe, and he's put out long-form concert videos and all of that, but I've seen Joe live, but it was with Black Country Communion. I've never seen him do his own solo thing, so I definitely want to try to do that in the new year because it's killer.
Yeah, he was very impressive and super loud. I mean, I've been to many rock shows, AC/DC, probably one of the loudest ones I've ever been to. I almost wished I had earbuds for them or earplugs for them because it almost hurt. But he was super loud, and it was just a couple weeks after that, you know, that he got his hearing, that injury that he had. And I was amazed to hear he said he had never worn earplugs. And that amazes me for a guy who's been doing it this long that he's never worn earplugs to protect his hearing because he's loud.
Yeah, well, there's a couple. That's interesting. I didn't know that, Brent. But yeah, thank you, man. I'm glad you enjoyed Joe. We'll probably do to have Joe back on the show again. Maybe we'll do something with him again early in the new year. There's a couple things already cooking. But you know, the way artists, when they play live, they can use two different ways to monitor sound on stage. What is called in-ear monitors, which are the little buds you see plugged in their ears when they're playing. You know, often they run to a pack that'll be on their belt or something. It's wireless. And that is a way that you can control, obviously, the amount of volume on stage, and you can have your monitor guy who controls those give you whatever level you need in your ears. So if you're the singer and you want just a little guitar and a little bit of the bass player and just a touch of the drums, you can everybody gets their own balance, their own mix directly into their ears. The other way, the old school way, is the big monitors, what they call wedges. And if you've gone to a show and you see a wedge of a speaker at the person's feet in front of their microphone position, that's just basically speakers hitting the person through the air with what they want in their mix. And that's where the volume issues come in, because you're not having anything in your ears. You're just hearing the sound, and you generally, over years of touring, want it louder and louder as your hearing decreases. So But there's some people you'd say, well, why doesn't everybody just use the in-ear monitors? Because there's a lot of people that want to feel the sound. You know, they don't like having something in their ear when they're playing. They want that full effect of that whole sound coming up at them. And I think I love that too. But it can be detrimental to your hearing. I think Slash mentioned it last time he was on. He had never used in-ear monitors. He's a guy, he wants the big speakers at his feet. He wants to feel the sound. But when he rejoined Guns N' Roses, they were all using in-ears, and he had to go on in-ear monitors and adjust to it. And it was a big, big adjustment for him if you're not used to doing it that way. Here's Joan, who is in Pennsylvania, joining us today. Hi, Joan.
Hi, Eddie. How are you?
Good.
Merry Christmas. And
Same to you.
I just wanted to let you know that I actually went to Reverb in Reading last Saturday. At listening to your show, I went to see Chris Jericho, PJ Farley. I saw all the Quarantine. They were fantastic. They all came out. They hung out with us after the show. Of course, and Joey Casada was guest appearance for drumming. He was fantastic, and we know Joey and them from ZO2.
Sure.
But I really appreciate your show. I've listened to Dorothy nonstop. I love them, thanks to you, and also Tuck Smith. So
that's awesome.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Hey, Joan, let me ask you real quickly. Are you a big Kiss fan of the 80s, like deep tracks like that? Or did you just go because you wanted to see the band?
No,
you do?
I did. Yeah, I really like the deep tracks. Yeah, it's great.
Cool.
It's really great.
Well,
and Eddie, I
good
do
on
want to
you.
tell you, you and I have met several times on the cruises, okay? And then I also brought Mark Shanker's mom to M3 when Kix played, and you had your picture taken with her.
Oh, okay. Very cool. Very cool.
So, yeah.
Well, Joan, are you going on the cruise next year?
I'm not. I had a bout with cancer. I had esophageal cancer, but I'm cancer-free now. So once I get my port out, which I think will be next year, then I hope to get back to the cruises. But just to be out of the States and on a big boat is just a little hesitant for me right now. So.
Yeah, I get it. Well, take care of your health, Joan. I'm glad you're doing better, and I hope to see you back on the cruise soon.
Okay, thanks.
All right, bye-bye. There's Joan in Pennsylvania. Good story there in terms of her health. That's good to hear. And really cool to hear, and it's something that I really love hearing is when people get turned on to new bands or artists because they heard them on this show. It's so important. So important because people, very, very few people seek out new music and they don't know where to look for it. They don't know what's worth anything. And like I've said many times, when I started doing this as a kid, that's what it was all about. And it's still really important to me that, and I think more important than ever, that you can be somebody that can be a bit of a, it's an overused word, but curator, you know, tell people what's cool and give people some direction, and people that care about wanting to hear new music, you know. Good on Joan, good on anybody that still cares, because it's an odd thing. There's a lot of people that just reach a certain age and they check out on caring about new music, from whether it be new bands or new music from older bands. Here's Ray in North Carolina. Go ahead, Ray.
Hey, man. First time, long time. I want to go on a little rant about Y&T. I know you like them, and I'm a huge fan myself. And just an observation I've viewed that they had a song called This Time from In Rock We Trust. And I think it came out about the same time as Home Sweet Home from the Crew.
Mm-hmm.
And why that didn't catalyst them into the same stratosphere, because that is a great song.
Yeah, it is. I don't even know if it was ever released as a single, Ray.
Well, it wasn't. If you Google it, you can come across a YouTube channel where someone made a video for it. It's like for someone's wedding or something, and it's really well done. But it's not from the band, obviously. But that song, you know, you would just think that would be one of the kind of songs that could launch a career. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good point. And there's a lot of instances of that, unfortunately, Ray, in music, where you wonder why things didn't go to the next level, or why somebody dropped the ball on putting a song like that out that at that time, 84 or whatever, certainly could have been something that could have taken him to the next level, especially given in the mid-'80s, that was the formula. A couple hard rock songs, and then you hit with the power ballad, crosses over into a whole nother world, goes into a whole nother realm of radio, goes into a whole nother realm of audience, and that's when you go from selling, back then, 500,000 copies to 2 million copies. So you're 100% right, and there are many instances beyond Y&T where you wonder about that, but yeah, it's a good call for sure.
All right, man, that's what I figured you'd have the same take. I was just curious.
Yeah, no, you're definitely not crazy, Ray. You just don't know thank you, Ray. You just don't know the reasons for it. You don't know what was going on at that time. Y&T were signed at that time to A&M Records, which was not known as a kind of a big label in the hard rock world. And then they transitioned to Geffen Records, which was known as a big label in the hard rock world at that time. But yeah, you can never really quite figure it out. And Y&T had Don't Stop Running on that record, Lipstick and Leather on that record, which did well as rock songs, definitely did okay, did pretty good. But the big power ballad, which that song was, certainly could have taken it over the edge. It's impossible to know what was going on and why. I haven't, in the new year, we definitely should get Dave on. I haven't talked to Dave in a long time. And he's another guy, thankfully survived cancer. And I was excited to see that Y&T were back on the Monsters of Rock cruise, because he sat it out a couple years dealing with his health stuff. So good to have him coming back. And they've done some shows recently, too, which is also good to see and to know about. Here's Darren in Maine. Hi, Darren. You're on the air.
Hey, Eddie. Thanks for taking my call. A few weeks ago, you had a segment on how you got into hard rock, heavy metal. So, 1972, I was 7 years old. I had an older brother, 11 years older than me. He brought home Alice Cooper's Killer album. And I remember looking at the cover and going, wow, and flipping it over, 7 years old, flipping it over, looking at the band. I asked my mother, I go, are these girls? And she laughed and said, no, those are guys. So then in the gatefold, there was a 1972 calendar with Alice hanging himself. And my older brother put it up on the wall. My parents made him take it down. So that was my introduction to heavy metal and hard rock. Then fast forward to 1989, I was flying back from, me and my ex-wife flying back from Florida. We had a layover in Newark, New Jersey, and there was a delay, so we're walking around, and I got looking at some of the gates, and I look in and see a couple guys sitting in there with tour jackets on. I stopped, I looked, I said to my wife at the time, I said, that looks like Alice Cooper. She goes, really? And so I stood there, and the guy next to Alice got up and walked by me. I say, excuse me, by the way, is that Alice Cooper? And he said, yeah. I go, would you mind if I go over and say hello? I go, no, absolutely. So I went over and introduced myself and told him, the background and how I got into him and stuff. And I asked, I go, what are you doing in Jersey? It was 1989. He goes, well, I just getting out of the studio with Bon Jovi. So I think they were doing tracks for his Poison album.
Yeah. John and Richie are on a song on that record, and back in those days, obviously, 1989 was a very, very different time as far as technology is concerned. So if you wanted somebody to be a guest on a record, you had to physically get in the studio with them and record them. And now you can do it from anywhere, kind of. And who did we just have on? We just had somebody on the other day talking about how they want to be in the room with the person, and they still feel that's important, and it is. I agree. But now, so many times, people don't even meet the people that are the guests on their records, and they just do it remotely. But back then, that was the only way you could do it. So, yeah, Alice would have had to fly, or vice versa. Somebody would have had to fly to wherever the session was being done to do a guest spot.
Yeah, that's cool. Then real quick, fast forward to, I think, 2023, Alice and Ace Frehley came to New Hampshire, and I hesitated on buying tickets. Then Memorial Day weekend, they put on a special, lawn seats for like $25. So I grabbed 2 lawn seats. Then me and my buddy went to the show, and there was a booth there, upgraded tickets. So we walked over and $50 upgrade. So I got looking. I think we got $175 tickets for under $100. So that's my story. And I'll let you go. And so it's all three kind of tying in together. And it's pretty cool.
Thank you, Darren. Appreciate that. Thanks for the call. Yeah, Darren's referring to a show that ran as a best of recently. We reran this show that we called The Spark. And it was that exactly. It was like, what was the moment that you got into rock music? What was the spark? What got you? What lit the fuse for you being a rock fan? I think we only did that as an actual call-in show one time, but we reran it recently. So that's what Darren is obviously referencing to for him being that Alice Cooper moment. But it's funny, I was kind of laughing when Darren is talking about going to see I think he said it was Alice and Ace, and getting this $25 ticket offer and then getting there and having to spend a couple more bucks and get upgraded and all that. You are going to see a lot of that this summer. And you've been seeing it every summer. I've been talking about it forever. I mean, the ticket drops before the show starts. The deals being offered. I mean, you're going to see a lot of that because there's a lot of shows that are going into venues that are way too big for the show, meaning there's no way that artist is going to come close to selling that venue out. I mean, half of the announcements of tours that I do on this show every day when they're announced, probably half or more of those fit into that category. But like I said the other day, you say, well, why would that be happening? Because Live Nation owns the venue. And a venue half full selling $20 beers is making money versus a venue that the lights are turned off and there's nothing happening. It's just about trying to get people in there and then selling them overpriced stuff or hitting them for $50 for parking or whatever. It's not, it's not optimal. It's not what most people want. Ideally, you would want a hot ticket and sold out show and all that. But it's still profitable. They when you own everything, if you own the ticketing company, you're the promoter, you own the venue. I mean, that's one of the reasons why there's these ongoing legal cases against Live Nation, Ticketmaster, etc., being a monopoly. Where that lands, I don't know, but obviously that's part of this, some of the stuff going on out there. Here's Dalton in Jacksonville joining us. Hi, Dalton.
Hey, Ed, I just wanted to know if you had heard about or wanted to comment on Gene Simmons' comments from the Kennedy Center Honors, where the reporter asked him if he supported Trump or who he voted for, and he basically told her to fuck off.
Well, I mean, he didn't say fuck off. He said it's none of your business, right?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a little softer than that. No, honestly, Dalton, I don't have any comment on it at all. I mean, because I kind of agree with the sentiment. It's nobody, I mean, and thank you, Dalton, for the call. If you want to, Look, if you want to be open, politically very motivated and activated and flag waving for whatever side you're on or candidates you're for, that's your prerogative and that's your right. And I got no problem with that. I also have no problem with somebody saying it's none of your business. I just don't. And we also know, and that goes for bands too, and that goes for artists, right? There are artists that you'll never hear a peep from politically one way or the other. And then there are artists that their whole platform is their politics. You know, I'm in the school of not hearing a peep about it because I think it's divisive. It's funny. I just had dinner last night here in Vegas with Brian Slagle from Metal Blade, my good friend, owner of Metal Blade Records. And this came up at the table because I was with a group of like 6 people and politics came up. And among friends, I talk politics all the time. And we'll have these conversations. But they'll say to me, like, yeah, you never bring it up on the air. I go, no. Because number one, my audience doesn't come to me for that. And number two, it's divisive. Why would I want to tell half of my listeners, you should believe or what you believe isn't right or whatever? I mean, everybody's entitled to their politics and their beliefs, and you express that at the ballot box when there's voting. But it would be divisive. Why would I want to tell half my audience to go to hell? It's not good for what I do for a living. And Brian was saying that he has that conversation with all the bands he signs all the time too. It's like, don't do it. Don't take the bait. Don't go down that road. What's the point? Because you're going to piss off half your audience. And if you sell 1,000 records, would you rather sell 1,000 or would you just rather sell 500? Now, look, I don't think that really always plays that way because there are people that get all pissed off about somebody politically one way or the other. But if they like the artist enough, they still go to the show. They still buy the tickets. When Rage Against the Machine got active a couple years ago, I remember Tom saying, who wasn't paying attention to the fact that we're a political band? Because some people went and got pissed off. Guess what? Rage Against the Machine still sold out multiple nights at Madison Square Garden. So there are people that are, if you're popular enough, even if you lose a little audience, you're still doing arenas, so what? If you're not that popular and you divide your audience in half, you're really going to feel it. Roger Waters goes and plays Pink Floyd songs. He still sells out multiple nights in arenas, and there's people that despise him now. So, I think there's a certain point, if you're so popular and so successful, that people will look the other way. Springsteen still does crazy business. Oh, I'm never buying a Springsteen record again. I'm never going to see Springsteen. Right. Maybe a small percentage, but it's not enough for him to feel it at all. And a huge percentage go and say, forget about that because I want to go hear Born to Run. But I agree with Gene in that, why get into that? And look, I know coming off the Kennedy Center thing, I know that was extremely, there was a lot of stuff of the political undertones of that. I heard about it from people who went to it. I heard about from people who organized it. I heard about it from people who played it. That if you played it, you immediately had an association that you were one way or the other politically. I mean, Jesus Christ, I think people just got to calm down, man. I mean, whatever your trip is, vote and be done with it. Like, why bring it into the public space of all this divisiveness? It is nuts. Never seen anything like it, how nuts it is. But yeah, I mean, that's why I don't do it on this show. I'll see, unless I was hired by SiriusXM to do a political show, one side or the other, then fine. That's what you're there to do. My buddy Andrew Wilkow over there, you know, I hear from Andrew all the time. I hear from him because he's a rock fan. But Andrew was hired because he's a conservative commentator, and he does very well doing it. That's what he's hired for. That's what you go there for. You come here for us to talk to Youngblood and Triumph. I don't think there's probably a broadcaster that could say they had those two guests on in the same week. In this past week, as we're about to close out, we had Triumph, we had Josh Freese, Nine Inch Nails drummer, we had the lead singer of Stryper, a Christian band, and we just had a 28-year-old kid that's blown up in Youngblood. There's your diversity. And it's all under the rock umbrella, and I think that's great. Here's John in Tennessee. I'm sorry, John, I didn't see you waiting there for a long time. Let me get you in here. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, Eddie. I just wanted to thank you for all that you do and keeping the stress out of our life for a couple hours during the week. And as a loyal listener, and I know you get tired of hearing it, but I absolutely love and miss that metal show. And
thank you, John.
Just appreciate.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Well, I'm telling you, man, I do not get tired of hearing it. It means a lot to me. It blows my mind.
I know.
It blows my mind that we are about 10 years from when the last episode ever aired, and people still bring the show up and people still ask about it, and I don't get tired of hearing about it at all. I appreciate the hell out of it. It's something I'm very, very proud of. It's something I put a ton of work in. And I still would love to do it again someday. So I appreciate people keeping that torch lit. So thank you.
Yeah, I always do, man. Hopefully somebody will want to pick it up. But yeah, just thanks for introducing us to Youngblood and bringing him on and letting us hear about his story. And the dude is jacked and ready to support rock and roll, and hopefully he can take that torch and carry it and, like you said, do a full-blown rock album and just blow everybody's mind. And as he's proven, he doesn't listen to the haters. And the guy's just seems like a cool dude and ready to take it over. And just want to appreciate you for introducing him to us and letting us hear his story. And as a lifelong Stryper fan, I just want to, hope Michael Sweet does okay. Everything they've had going on with Oz, and I love that band. Saw them last year on their tour back in September, and man, they're great. Michael's great. The whole band's great, and just I hope Michael recovers okay. And I love that band, man. I love you, Eddie. Merry Christmas, and appreciate you taking my call.
Merry Christmas to you as well, John. Thank you, and thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. And yes, we're all pulling for Michael and hoping that he can recover from this latest bout of cancer, which he talked to us about yesterday, among other things. And that's why I also brought up Oz Fox in that conversation yesterday, because if you don't know what Oz Fox has been dealing with, it's unbelievable. I mean, the guy's had multiple brain surgeries for tumors and just an amazing attitude about it. Just such an incredible spirit about that guy. And like Michael said yesterday, that's how they're wired, and good on them. And thank you, John, in Tennessee, for the kind words there. Much appreciated. Trying to get some of these folks. I've been waiting for a bit if I can get them in before we have to end. Again, Monday, we're going to have open phones as well. So if I don't get you here, please try me on Monday. Here's Rick in Ottawa. Go ahead, Rick.
Hey, Eddie. Merry Christmas from Ottawa.
You too, man. You too. I'm good.
Yeah, we have lots of mutual friends, but that's why I'm not calling about that. I want to get your take on two things really quick, because I know you're snookered for time. Your take on Paul Stanley at the Kennedy Center Honors. He seemed very quiet, just didn't seem like Paul Stanley. And number two, my main man, David Lee Roth, taking a lot of heat on Facebook. And, man, there's a lot of hate for the guy. And maybe it's just, I don't know. I've seen him many times. He's very entertaining. He's Dave, Just wanted to get your quick takes on that.
When I don't like I said earlier, I don't really, Rick, delve into comments and a lot of that stuff online. I really don't see it, especially Facebook, which is probably what I use the least. But what is the hate about? His performance, his vocal, that sort of stuff?
Yeah. It's just like give it up, Dave, and and then it ties into the whole Vince Neil, Axl Rose. You guys can't sing anymore. But like you say, people are buying the tickets, right? So it's I don't know. Maybe I have friends of mine going, "Why do you follow the guy? He's just washed up, but he's quite entertaining. I've always enjoyed his music and stuff." So I thought, what's your take on him going back out there in the new year?
Well, I mean, look, I think it's one of these things, and this comes up a lot with certain singers and performers. It's one of those things where, and thank you, Rick, for the call. There's enough out there now on David Lee Roth that you know what it is. And you either go knowing that and being okay with it, and at least it's real. I'll say that. For better or worse, at least it's real, and I'll take real anytime. But you know what it is at this point. So if you think you're going to go to the magical night of David Lee Roth next year, where suddenly, because you're there, he's going to sound like the way he sounded on the first record, I don't know what pipe you're smoking. So, yeah, to Rick's point, you either go or you don't go. But this is what it is at this point. Whether he should hang it up or not determines ticket sales. Nobody's going to hang it up if they can still keep making money, as good as bad or bad as they might be. You know at this point what it is. Paul Stanley at the Kennedy Center. Look, people have brought that up too. That could maybe get into the political end of things. People have said many times that even though they're not public about it, Gene is more of the conservative guy. Paul has been outspoken against the president. Maybe he was there a little reluctantly. I don't know. I can't get in their heads. I don't really know. But I'm just glad. I don't care who was in the White House. I'm glad that Kiss got honored. I just wish Ace was there for it because I know he really wanted to be. But anyway, thank you for a great week. Thank you to all the guests. Thank you to Youngblood for joining me today. If you missed anything, go get it on the app. Have yourself a great weekend, everybody. Back live on Monday, 3 o'clock Eastern to pick it up then.